Good morning. Welcome to the regular council meeting of the Township of Minden Hills for Thursday, October 30th, 2025. In review of today's agenda, we have two delegations and there is a closed session meeting that will take place near the end of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please proceed with roll call.
Counselor Sisson,
Present.
Counselor Sadie,
Present.
Counselor McKelvey,
Present.
Counselor Yohannesson,
Present.
Counselor Ingram,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Shell,
Present.
and Mayor Carter.
Present. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Minden Hills is located on Treaty 20 Michi-Sagi territory and in the traditional territory of the Michi-Sagi and Chippewa nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations, which are Curve Lake, Rama, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Beausoleil, and Georgina Island First Nations. We acknowledge the shared presence of Indigenous nations throughout the area and recognize its original Indigenous inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. I call this meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. Madam Clerk, please proceed with reading the resolution for the approval of the agenda.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Counselor McKelvey. Be it resolved that the October 30th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda be approved as circulated.
All those in favor? That is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Deputy Mayor Shell.
I have one. I, Deputy Mayor Shell, declare a potential deemed direct, indirect pecuniary interest on council agenda item 13.1.2, report number 25-14 RFP BB 25002 for the following reason: the prefabricated building for the Laughlin Community Center, as my spouse is an employee of one of the bidders.
Okay, thank you. There are no public meetings. We start off with delegations. Ask Ms. Peel, Doggy Tales, to join us.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for having me this morning. I am not used to speaking in front of a council, so bear with me. I hope I cover all the points. Know that you have all the documented in front of you. And I want to say that, we're very open to discussion around it. Obviously, it's not set in stone, it's a start. I don't know whether you're absolutely aware of the problems that we face with dogs in the community. Probably because you don't need to answer the telephone on a regular basis, but we do. And when I say we, I mean myself, which is Paws at Kalara Station and Snowflake Meadows. We both are in taking dogs at large in the Minden. I also represent Algonquin Highlands for their pound, and Dysart, unfortunately. There is a greater problem. We do field calls. I answer Facebook messages. I answer Instagram messages. I have people drive their dogs up the drive, not their dogs, but dogs that they found up the driveway. That takes time. And not having support from our councils or municipalities in general would be great if it was countywide, but because dogs don't know borders, it's sometimes difficult for me to assess, oh, are you in Minden? Are you in Dysart? Are you in Algonquin Highlands? But basically, to have one place and support from the council for one place, that people will understand that that's the pound for the area. That's where the dog is brought. This is who they call. This is how it's dealt with, meaning we scan the dog, we house the dog, and hopefully find a home for the dog. In after a delegated time of 5 days or whatever that is. And that's when Snowflake Meadow could come into the picture. But having two places and no support from council is really difficult. I've been doing it since 2013 for free. And it's a handful, and I feel taken advantage of. Not by you in general, but it's exhausting for both of us. I just also want to make a couple of other points. Obviously, the costs involved would be to cover my time, my staff, my insurance, the housing, just having the proper care of the cages and the yards and the fencing. And it's just a little bit of support towards that. I'm sure you have questions about how the financing would work on that. I'm asking basically for $300 a month, whether there's a dog that comes or not. Some months we have 5 dogs, some months we don't have any dogs. So, there's a standard there, and I'm sort of asking for a small fee just so I have a commitment from you that I have your support. I do want to bring up a little small, I don't know how much time I'm allowed to have, a small issue just to prove to you that this is a problem. Just this weekend, I had a dog brought to me from Spring Valley Road. I think that's the name of the road over off Deep Bay or somewhere. It is not the first time it's been brought to me. It's been brought to me regularly and also dropped off at Snowflake Meadows. The man's idea is, well, there's nothing in place and I want my dog to be just able to run wherever it wants. I have 113 acres. I can go wherever I want. The dog's not desexed and it's at large everywhere. The people who found the dog, this dog was dominating their dog in their own yard. There's nobody that they can call. He, out of the kindness of his heart, had to collect the dog in some way, bring it to the farm, and that all takes time, and it's out of the goodness of his heart that he's done it. It'd be wonderful to have a bylaw officer, but most times the community are the ones that bring me the dog. It's not really your bylaw officers. It's usually the community that's bringing the dog, but to have something in place where that man, because he's had multiple offenses, some sort of repercussion. For your bylaw officer to make a visit to his house, for me to be able to assign a fee to that, or to be able to assign a fine for that, or both, with council support would be really nice. Okay, I think that's it.
Right? Anyone have questions? Deputy Mayor Shell?
Thanks, Sue. Sue, you came to council previously, several years ago. When was that exactly? Because I remember at the time thinking, we could have supported us, it didn't happen, and I think the issue is just growing since then. So I'm just curious.
It was 2015.
15, so 10 years ago. Yeah,
Mm.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Saney?
Yeah, just to be more transparent too, to follow this up, Counselor Johannesson and I met with Sue as well as Snowflake Meadows, because this is an ongoing and growing problem, and trying to follow the process through the municipality and how to get this addressed. So we did some explaining on that and helped them kind of come up with a format on reporting, and trying to figure out what we could reasonably ask for, knowing we're competing needs in our municipality. And I think there's a couple of things here that I understand that the proposal that's before us now has changed somewhat. I got an email a couple of days ago from Kevin, who assisted them with writing this, to kind of change it, but we need to get something going. So clarify if I'm wrong with this, but I think what your ask is now, which has changed only a few days ago from this report, is really I would say, first of all, the $300 a month, recognizing that, but also then we put in place, so our staff, when they get a call, they know that they can go to you and you have like one site, this is how you handle it. And if you need a backup, you go to Snowflake Meadows, and that's coordinated by you. You both of you kind of coordinate that together.
I'm sort of a 24/7
So this
facility
would-
and associate. So, but I just think having one place for them to go to, and
Yes.
and that would be on your website. It's like your website, your phone messages. If you found a dog, this is where you go. This is where you take it. It does relieve your bylaw officers to have to go out there, because I'm telling you, the majority of dogs that are picked up are by the community.
So-
Unless you want to make a commitment that your bylaw officer has to go out. I mean, it's very rarely that they would do, but having one location that people know that this is where you go if you've found a dog, and this is where you go if you've lost a dog.
So the ask today, just to be clear, I think is the $300 a month, which would be about $3,600 a year, something like that.
Yeah.
And also then some clarity on us in terms of our staffing and where to go if you find a stray dog.
Right.
You know, so our staff here know if they get that call, this is, and the other thing that I might add to this, but we've taken out Snowflake Meadows basically from this. But I know at one point they were looking for not money from us, but for support for a grant. So it just says that whoever they're going out and getting these grants for to take care of the work that they're doing, that they know that our municipality supports them as a business or work they're doing, being the only ones that are doing that
Yeah.
work in the area.
Yeah, because the
think
dogs,
that's what we're
after
looking for.
a certain amount of time, the dogs would be surrendered then to Snowflake, and then Snowflake would find them a home. So that's where we are working together with Snowflake. Yeah.
So I think that's really, if we had to sum up this report, that's what we're looking for today. Thank you.
Mhm.
Counselor Ingram?
Through the chair, I think it's a great idea. It's a great initiative. I think we may need to reintroduce dog tags though to better track this, I would think. Would that be helpful, Sue?
It would be more helpful if there was lifetime licensing, and absolutely dog tags is one way to go, but mandatory microchipping and lifetime licensing. I think at the time when I came here in 2015, your licensing was $10 a year, which is absolutely ridiculous. You can't even file the paperwork. It would cost you more than $10 to file the paperwork and then try to find it when you need it. Whereas microchipping, it can be done in clinics. There could be a long, you could take 5-10 years of a grace period for people to actually have microchipping done. There's microchipping clinics. Snowflake Meadows holds microchipping clinics. The cost of actually implanting a microchip and filing the paperwork is about $25. Like really, the vets charge $80. Understandably, they have more costs. It's definitely something that should be implemented and put into your dog bylaw.
Thank you.
Counselor Johansson?
I just have a little blurb here. Thank you for coming before council. Since the last time a report came before council, I was able to meet with you and understand the fullness in the entirety of what you all do. And I believe you shouldn't be on your own. You provide an integral service to our community, and we as township should help wherever we can and support you. Creating a community plan for managing dogs in Minden Hills offers several important benefits for both residents and animals. Just a few points. Public safety reduces incidents of dogs running at large, aggressive behavior, and dog-related injuries by promoting responsible ownership and enforcement of bylaws. Animal welfare, encourage humane treatments through spay, neuter programs, vaccination, and proper shelter, reducing stray populations and suffering. Community harmony minimizes conflict between dog owners and by setting clear expectations and fostering mutual respect. Emergency preparedness ensures systems are in place for dealing with lost, injured, or aggressive dogs, improving response times of outcomes. And long-term impact can be cultural sensitivity. Plans can be tailored to reflect local values and resources, especially in rural communities where access to services may vary. And community engagement involving residents in the planning process builds trust and shared responsibility for animal and public health. If Minden Hills was to adopt a more formalized dog management plan, it could build on the existing animal services framework to create a safer, healthier, and more compassionate community for everyone. And thank you again for all you do.
Thank you.
Counselor McKelvey?
Counselor Saney indicated that it's changed from what we received. I need to understand that part.
Oh,
I mean, the 300 per month isn't my concern is the spade and neuter part of it. And what if, we're going to get charged, it looks like a flat $380 by Snowflake, I believe. Is what
I
they-
think has that changed? It's been updated?
Thank you. Can I respond to that through the chair?
Sure.
The
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't we just
Ma-
need something better in writing to know what we're actually being
Yeah.
asked then?
Yeah, I
Look-
think,
Excuse me, obviously, I don't know what the status is of our bylaw. If we have really anything that is at all up to date. We probably don't if it was 2015 since you arrived last time. So obviously work needs to be done there, but also, at some point, I, I guess I'm unclear in that, your role, if we are paying you as, a stipend or an amount per month, are you then acting as our agent? Or like, what is the role between the municipality and yourself?
Right.
And then, how is that done in other municipalities? How is that, how does all that work? So I think that
Yeah.
that has to be looked at, and we would have to put together a full proposal.
Yeah.
I also had the question about the spaying and neutering.
Yeah.
It was very fuzzy.
I think that was more the person who wrote the document was connected to Snowflake Meadow, and he was basically suggesting that. And like I began our conversation this morning, is that we need to start a bylaw, period. There needs to be a bylaw, and there's so many municipalities out there that, that's not my expertise, is writing bylaws. But I think I think what Snowflake Meadows was saying is if the dog is surrendered to them, I just want to answer that question. If the dog was surrendered to them, they're asking you guys for the payment of $380. However, that could be fluid. And when I say that, that's basically how much it costs her to have the dog spayed or neutered. And that really could be a cost that was passed on to the person who's actually adopting the dog. So it would not necessarily be a responsibility of the council. When it comes to the relationship between myself and you, it's more about having a bylaw in place that I can say then to the person who comes, who is the when they've come 2, 3, 4 times, I can say, hey, man, I have the support of the council behind me. You will have a bylaw officer at your house, and that dog could be taken away, or here's your fine. This is your council fine, which helps pay for my services. That's more about the relationship, is that there's backing for me legally for this municipality to say, this is what's been put in place. You're a taxpayer. This is what's happening.
Okay, I think that, we've received your delegation, we've received your report. I think we need an updated report, but I also think, we need now staff to take a look at this.
Right.
And try to determine, our best way forward. As I said, in terms of the bylaw, I certainly haven't, seen it come before us for this term anyway. So that we have to look at, the issue on our, our bylaw officers. I mean, this is a challenge in a small municipality that we don't have, 24/7 bylaw officers. We have similar issues with fireworks or with, all sorts of other things like that. So, I think that we receive your report, and then we can get a process started here.
Yeah, that would be great.
And that's, then there's something substantial that council can review and look at and debate. Councillor Saini.
yes, I think this is good to get staff to come up with something. I did look at other bylaws from other municipalities because we don't have one.
Sorry.
And,
Not sure why we're,
No worries.
I thought I was gonna get a nap in this one.
So, yeah, I did look at other bylaws, and I think that, and also just to let council know too, that Posiclares and Sue And Snowflake Meadows did meet with our building department as well in terms of discussions and it was really a very, very good meeting in terms of trying to come up with a solution in terms of, but I think the bottom line is to get something in place, but I would like to add to that eventually, and the point you brought up, this has to be a county issue at
Mhm.
some point because, and once again, dogs don't know the boundaries. So if we can get something in place here, but eventually I think this should be taken to the county. Thank you.
Councillor McKelvey.
I'm not sure the county has the authority to do that, but I know when you first started, you talked about, you said something about Dysart and I didn't catch it. So
Yeah.
but you provide this service to Algonquin Highlands now,
Yes.
but you don't for Dysart? Is that what you said?
Oh, well, I'm taking dogs from.
But you
Dysart.
don't have an official agreement?
No,
Like
exactly.
Dysart has a pound.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, they
Wanted to
do.
Make sure I
Yeah.
understood that. Okay.
They do have a pound, but they're not there after 5 o'clock on a Friday or on an ice storm when the calls can't be taken, and they're not there on the weekends. And that's a lot of the dogs are found on the weekends, unfortunately.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay. Yes.
So Counselor Saney and Counselor Hannison, I just have that, the resolution amended that council directs a report back from staff. Are you comfortable with that amendment?
Go ahead.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Hannison, that council receives a delegation regarding a proposal for a community plan for managing dogs in Minden Hills as information, and that council directs a report back from staff.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
We now move on to asset management. And Madam CAO, I believe you wish to start off this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I will kick this off. And council, we're very pleased to be before you today with what we see as our last installment of a body of work to be in compliance with the asset management for planning municipal infrastructure regulations. This is a culmination of a lot of work by staff, by our consultant Watson and Associates, and you yourself, council. We've had a number of workshops with you, and we're very pleased to have this plan in its final format, as it will be the basis for a lot of decision-making around maintaining and investing in our tangible capital assets. It's also a requirement of many of the funding opportunities that a municipality may go after. And I personally would like to thank staff and council and our consultants for all the work that has happened over the last, I think I'm going to say about 18 months to get us in full compliance. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Simsenko from Watson and Associates, and he will lead us through the final installment.
That sounds
Anytime
great.
you're ready.
Thank you very much for having me. Pleasure to be back once again. And so just further to the introductory comments, certainly has been a longer term journey. The development of an asset management plan is a fairly involved process. And as I already pointed out, it does involve both staff as well as council and sometimes some external consulting support in its development as well. So if we could go right to the next slide then. Today I want to just provide a high-level overview of the final report that's in front of council today. There's a lot of information in that technical report. So again, I'll just provide a fairly high-level summary in the presentation, and I'm here to help answer any questions that council might have as well. So council has already seen kind of a interim report, I would say, that came forward in January of this year. A lot of the information that was presented in that report has been carried over into this next iteration of it as well. But back in January, the focus really was on summarizing all of the assets that the township owns and is responsible for managing. That plan provided some information on the condition that the assets were in and the current levels of service that were supported by those assets. Since that time, there's been a lot of work put into trying to think into the future and think about what those levels of service should look like within the township moving forward, and how the assets need to be managed to support those levels of service. That allowed us to, in consultation with staff, develop forecasts of the life cycle activities in terms of asset renewal and replacement that need to be planned for over the next 10 years to achieve those levels of service. And then also looking beyond that 10-year period, getting an understanding of what level of funding is needed on an annual basis to sustain the assets over the longer term as well. We've also been able to develop a financial model to support the development of a financial strategy to help us understand and communicate to you the financial impacts of following that financial strategy and pursuing those proposed levels of service. So as also mentioned within the introductory comments, we've had a chance to meet with council on a couple of occasions, actually a few, if you count January as well, to discuss different elements of the asset management plan. There's continued to be some fine tuning and tweaking of the plan since that time. And so this is the point at which we have that final comprehensive document in front of you. And again, we'll walk through that today. So on the next slide then, just to get us started, we have a very high level summary of the assets that are within the scope of this asset management plan. The plan is very comprehensive, so it is intended to capture all of the physical assets that the township owns and is responsible for, ranging from the road network and all the road-related assets such as bridges and road signs and sidewalks. Those are within the transportation category. There are various facilities, small and large, that the township manages as well. There's fleet and equipment that supports operation and the provision of services. And then in some areas of the township, there are water and wastewater services available as well, which rely on quite an extensive infrastructure portfolio themselves. So in total, that current replacement cost of the assets has been estimated at just a touch under $315 million. And to put that into some perspective, if we kind of spread that over the taxable assessment within the township, what that translates into for a typical single detached home is about $28,000 of infrastructure that each or the typical household indirectly owns and needs to contribute to funding the maintenance and upkeep of over time. So that's a high-level summary of the assets. If we can go to the next slide, I'll speak a little bit about the levels of service, because that's the foundation ultimately on which the asset management plan is based. It recognizes that assets ultimately provide services to the public, or assets support rather the provision of services to the public. And so we need to set out what that level of service vision is for the future. And so that has been done for each individual asset category. And I'm not going to go through each one individually here. There are different technical metrics that have been included within the report itself that set out very specifically what those level of service objectives are. But the general theme is to maintain assets in a fair or better condition so that they can continue to reliably support the provision of municipal services, doing so at a generally adequate level of user experience to the extent that those assets are directly experienced by the public as well. So just as one example on the slide here, under the transportation section, you'll see that the level of service target for paved roads has been set as maintaining the road network at an average pavement condition index of at least 65. So it's been set as a kind of minimum level of service for those assets, and similarly for all the other assets as well. So again, the general theme is maintaining assets in a fair or better condition to ensure the ongoing reliability and adequate performance of those assets over the long term. That level of service summary continues on the following slide as well. On the next slide, it's looking at water and wastewater services. Again, most of those assets being kind of out of sight and out of mind for most users of the system. The intent is to continue providing safe, reliable water supply and to adequately dispose of the wastewater, minimizing any wastewater backups or wastewater overflows and things like that. So again, maintaining the infrastructure in a state of good repair to facilitate service provision over the long term. So having looked at the levels of service, on the next slide, then I'm going to talk a little bit about the annual funding that would be required to sustain these levels of service over the long run. And so what we've done is, and quite a bit of technical analysis was required to get this right, was to look at the individual assets and get an understanding of what their life cycle needs are. Now, for some assets, this is very simple. For things like fleet or equipment, for the most part, those assets get replaced at the end of a useful life once they stop performing at an adequate level, or once maintenance costs make it uneconomical to keep those assets further. But generally, it's just about replacement. In some other cases, such as for facilities, for example, many of the transportation-related assets, there's a lot more involved in that life cycle, right? There's rehabilitation, renewal, and we're seldom just straight up replacing an asset, but there's a lot more that needs to be planned for in terms of those life cycle activities. And so we've used different approaches to estimating those life cycle costs for the various types of assets. Again, that's fully detailed within the asset management plan, but a high-level summary is provided on the slide here. So in some cases, we did actually consult available background studies, such as the road needs study, which provided some information on what those life cycle activities for roads are. As an example, for other assets such as water mains, wastewater mains, we looked at those typical life expectancies of those assets. And in other cases, we look to the Canadian Infrastructure Report Card, which provides some guidance on what a sustainable reinvestment rate would be in light of those life cycle activities that need to be planned for over the life cycle of assets. And so in the final column of the table on the slide here, we see those annual funding targets that have been established based on those different methods. Across the tax-supported assets of transportation, facilities, and fleet and equipment, that annual funding target is sitting at $6.6 million in current dollars. Of course, that will change over time due to inflation. It will also change over time as the township acquires new or larger assets as well. But the current estimate is about $6.6 million for the tax-supported assets. And then when we look to water, wastewater, that annual funding target to sustain the water, wastewater assets over the long term is just under $700,000 per year. So moving on then from here, on the next slide, we have a summary of kind of zooming in on the 10-year period. So on a previous slide, we looked at what the average annual life cycle costs of the assets are and what the average funding level is that's needed each and every year. But then within the asset management plan, the regulations require us to be very specific in terms of what is required or what's expected to be required in terms of renewal replacement over the next 10 years. And so this portion of the work to come up with these 10-year expenditure forecasts involved consulting some of the background reports, again, such as the road needs study. And my apologies, I believe the year on that road needs study is wrong on this slide here, or on the previous one of them, and is off. But I know the road needs study, and I'll get to this a little bit later, again, is something that's due to be updated in the near future. Again, it's something that municipalities do periodically. But that last road needs study that was completed did provide some guidance, recommendations on which roads could benefit from various types of rehabilitation, and that was refined through consultations with staff. For bridges and culverts, there are the inspections that each municipality needs to complete every 2 years. So again, a good background document that provides information based on the observed physical condition of those assets. And then for some other assets, that forecast was based more on going to be looking at the age of the assets, and looking at what the typical life expectancy of those assets is, and trying to understand or estimate when over the next 10 years, or in some cases even beyond the 10 years, they might require replacement. So for the tax-supported assets over the next 10 years, the township is facing about $41.4 million of life cycle expenditures. So these will be capital expenditures associated with the tax-supported assets, again, as a total over the next 10 years. And then for water, wastewater assets, which would be rate supported, the total capital expenditures over the next 10 years have been estimated at just over $4 million. So if we can go to the next slide then, I want to talk about in the high level kind of outputs of the or summary of the financial strategy that has been put together. So there are a couple of considerations within the financial strategy. First of all, we need to ensure, and this is dictated by the regulation, we need to ensure that there is a plan for how to fund the specific expenditures that are expected to come up over the next 10 years. Following best practices, we've looked or gone a step beyond what those bare regulatory requirements are and considered what that level of funding is that's needed over the long term, and trying to, within the financial strategy, put the township on a trajectory to achieve full life cycle funding within the next 15 years. And so what's shown on the slide here is a high-level summary of that financial strategy for tax-supported assets. The bars in each year correspond to the expenditures. We have included operating expenditures in the chart here as well, just to get a general idea of the overall financial impacts. I would note that the asset management plan did not do a deep dive into operating expenditures. That's not within the scope of that plan. But for completeness, we wanted to show, at least with inflation, how those operating costs would change over time as well. And then we've included the capital expenditures and looked at how those would be funded. And so a couple of other points to notice on this chart here. There's a little mountain that you'll see growing in the background. So the strategy is designed to allow for some accumulation of money in the reserve funds, capital reserve funds, that is, to help offset future capital expenditures. And you'll see that under the strategy for tax supported assets, those capital reserves would grow to a balance of about $16.6 million by the end of the 10-year period, if everything goes according to plan. And that's to help prepare for some of the larger renewal and replacement needs that are coming up beyond that 10-year period. We have also come up with a strategy to fully fund the life cycle expenditures that are expected to come up over the next 10 years. However, given the large amount of expenditures, particularly over the first 5 years of the forecast period, a lot of which is driven by the needs within the road network, there would appear to be some need for external borrowing to support the strategy as well. And so to the extent that there is borrowing shown within the financing plan, any debt payments associated with that borrowing are then reflected in future years of the forecast as well. So it's all accounted for in the strategy. Now, to get on this trajectory or path to close the annual funding gap and to fully fund this strategy over the next 10 years, the tax levy would need to increase at approximately 5.47% per year. That's the current estimate that again accounts for inflationary adjustments to operating costs, as well as fully funding the capital needs. So again, tax levy would need to increase at about 5.47% per year over the next 10 years. And by the time we account for assessment growth, and we did some analysis of historical rates of growth within assessment for the township, if that continues at historical levels, then that 5.47% increase to the total tax levy would translate into about a 4.38% increase to individual tax bills. So that's the overall financial impact on the tax supported side of things. And then on the next slide, we have a very similar picture, this time for the rate supported assets, so water, wastewater services. Similarly, you'll see that there's some accumulation of money in capital reserves that would occur over the period, going from about just over $2.5 million to over $4 million by the end of the forecast period. And the strategy has been designed to help fully fund the capital expenditures as well as operating costs that are expected to arise over the next 10 years. So in contrast to the tax supported side of things, there appears to be no need for external borrowing to support the strategy for water wastewater based on the needs that we know of as of today. But to get to full life cycle funding and embracing full cost pricing principles within water wastewater, water wastewater revenues would need to increase by about 6.5% per year over the next 10 years. It's a little bit harder to tell how that would translate into water wastewater rates, but the overall revenues would need to grow at about 6.5% per year to get to a fully funded strategy by 2035. So that summarizes the key points, I think, of the financial strategy. So in terms of next steps, we are asking council to consider adopting or approving formally the asset management plan. And then to consider that asset management plan moving forward through the annual budget process to ensure that there is enough capital funding being provided towards these life cycle needs, both short and long term, to sustain the assets over the long term and thereby fully implement the asset management plan. Beyond kind of the immediate next steps, the township will have some further work to do on its asset management journey to establish processes to keep all the great information that was compiled through this process up to date, right? So that council and staff at any given point in time always know kind of where things are at, what's coming up for replacement, but it can also reflect all the good things that are happening as renewal and replacement of assets takes place, so that that's always captured within that system. And that those systems can take many different forms. There are spreadsheets, there are reports, there are softwares. So it will take some time to really understand what's going to work best for the township in that regard. One other thing I'd like to note is that starting next year, each council across the province is going to be required to conduct an annual review of progress that's being made in implementing the asset management plan. So while what's in front of council today certainly is a report, it's a snapshot in time. Council can expect to start to see the asset management planning kind of being brought up a little bit more regularly, both through the budget process as well as through those annual reviews of progress that's being made in implementing the plan. And then just to get into a couple of more technical details, I already mentioned this briefly earlier. There's kind of the ongoing refinement of and updates of the asset information that are already planned to take place. The road needs study will be updated or is planned to be updated in the near future, ideally in 2026, I think, given the timing of the last one, to again provide the current updated snapshot of asset condition and an updated set of recommendations. Building condition assessments should be planned for some of the larger facilities that haven't yet been formally assessed, just to provide a couple of examples of the type of technical work that will happen, each and every year to maintain the asset information in as up to date as possible. So I think that really summarizes again at a fairly high level what's in the report. Certainly be happy to answer any questions that council might have.
We had our last meeting, Mark Harley, you mentioned maybe extending this more than 10 years. I think you were talking maybe 20, but maybe even 15 might work a little better for our tax base.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe our consultant can comment on the 10-year window is really related to being in compliance with the legislation. How it is implemented is really up to council, on an ongoing basis.
That's absolutely right. And I would just add that based on what we did hear from council through our prior engagements, we did extend the kind of phase-in period, if you will, to get to full life cycle funding on the tax supported side of things to 15 years. So that the strategy that's in front of you today is based on this 15-year phase-in period. For water, wastewater, because the impacts were in relative terms lower, and we did maintain it at a 10-year phase-in because the year-over-year impacts are similar to what they are on the tax supported side with a 15-year phase-in period.
Thank you. I have some questions in the big plan. Can we go through some of those? Okay. I know that when we were in our training sessions and we were trying to discuss or trying to figure out what our levels of service should be, what we were comfortable with, not that we liked it, but, and part of it included how many surface treated roads were going to be converted to gravel. I'm not sure I'm seeing that in this plan as to that detail. So I'm wanting to know, what are we planning with this?
Absolutely. So yes, that's absolutely correct. You're not seeing it in the
Okay, good.
plan. The reason is that originally, and when we did the kind of education workshops with council, we presented a couple of scenarios for the levels of service for roads in particular. Kind of the baseline scenario looked at what the cost would be of maintaining the roads as they are. Of course, trying to get to a little bit of an improvement in the overall condition profile. But if something is an asphalt road or paved road today, we were maintaining it as a paved road moving forward. There was an alternative scenario that was looking at, could there be cost savings generated by considering the conversion of some paved roads to gravel and maintaining them as gravel moving forward? As we went through and further explored that option, it became evident that the extent of roads that would be good candidates for conversion was relatively small. And so it didn't generate any notable savings in the strategy. So we moved away from the alternative and thought that the recommended strategy should just be to maintain the surface types as they are today. Of course, as the township completes an update of the road needs study, that road needs study might take another look at, are there certain roads that maybe should be considered for conversion either from gravel to paved or vice versa. But that's something that will be addressed and looked at again as part of the next road needs study.
Thank you. One of the other things in here is the road signs, and that's become a big cost to municipalities. But I think we've always done it under operating, our roadside replacements. So I see, our asset type for road signs is showing $130,000, and I'm questioning whether that's still part of the maintenance budget. Each year we do more signs, I believe.
So in the context of the asset management plan, they were looked at as a capital asset and as a capital cost, but to the extent that those sign replacements are funded through an operating budget, then that amount that's related to signs should just be shifted from capital funding to operating funding.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to go through all my notes here.
So we're the situation. We have our normal operating. But it's extraordinary. Fire. But the other cost to us is cost that come from the outside, from some of our suppliers. County that is things like housing, childcare, social services, which are really outside of our control for us here at municipal level, but our largest suppliers will keep. Now, further on the agenda is about tools in general says that we're going to keep down to 11%. At social service, sorry. And that was really so good and so eloquent. Yeah. Okay. So our situation is that, we have our costs or operating costs, our capital costs, and then we have these costs that come from the outside. At the county, it's social services, housing, and so on. Here at the municipal level, we have, as an example, one of our largest suppliers is the OPP for police services. We have coming up in the agenda, we have something that from the Solicitor General says they're going to try to control that number to 11% increase per year. At the county, we're seeing, much higher numbers for social services and housing, in excess of 20% per year. These are totally outside of our control, and we just have to pay them. Like, there's not a debate, there's not anything, there's just a invoice that comes in and we have to pay it. On the other side of, in our revenues, we have funding from the provincial government, which you have noted here, and you've got a nice inflationary increase, which we haven't necessarily been seeing over the last number of years. We have not seen a decrease in our funding, but I think one year it went up something like $37 or something, just so they could say, it was increased. Our funding from the provincial government has been less than um, inflation. The charges that we're getting from all these other are much higher than inflation. And then we, given all that and balancing all that, then we get this here, the asset management of how we're going to fund that. The numbers that you had, which were like 6 point something percent, that went down to 4 point something when we juggled the numbers a little bit differently. That's still over and above what we have to generate as a tax levy for just our normal year to year. Double digit tax increases and even, high single digit tax increases are not sustainable for the common folk and the people who live here. We are particularly hit because we don't have an industrial or commercial or large industrial or commercial tax base that can help support us. So most of our taxation is coming from individual ratepayers. So I guess the question is, how do we make all this work? What are other, people doing? When I look at some other municipalities, I know that they've got their asset management plan that says, well, it should be 6 or 7% that we need to be, putting in or contributing to this. But this year we'll do 1.5. Like everybody seems to be back end loading this. I mean, if I look at this, if I have to pay, $20 million over a 10-year period, $1 million a year until, the last year where we have to, come up with 15 or 16 million. Like, how is this sustainable for everybody out there? I mean, you're seeing a lot of municipalities. Like any idea of how people are going to juggle this?
That's a really good question. I'm not sure I have answers necessarily to how it will be managed everywhere. It's certainly the size of the challenge is noted. Certainly we're seeing in terms of the impacts that the township is facing in terms of the percentage kind of year-over-year increases, those external forces aside, I would say you're out of the quite a bit of asset management work that we've done with municipalities across the province, about average, I would say. If anything, maybe a little bit better than the average in terms of those year-over-year increases. So I think the way that it needs to be managed is or the only way it can be managed is by focusing on the items or aspects of it that are within your control, asset management planning being one of them. And so we have done some work to bring those impacts down based on what we heard from council through our initial engagements. And that was by extending that phase-in period to 15 years. Really being realistic with what's being included in that 10-year forecast. So there has been quite a bit of work that was put into making sure that what's being included are the kind of critical needs, if you will, right? And extending that phase-in period to 15 years from 10 to help bring those financial impacts down. So I know that's not the entire solution, but in terms of what's within the control that we have, I think we have really gone a long way to bring those impacts down.
Yeah, I think building on, what Councillor McKelvey had asked about turning roads into gravel and so on and so forth, this comes into, the number of different ways of skinning a cat, right? It's the, do you actually, pay for keeping this as a paved road or, a surface treated road? Or do you look at ways of making it cheaper, not only today, but in the long run with the maintenance and so on? And I think this is going to really force a lot of those decisions and a lot of changes in your asset management, right? Of whether it be buildings or roads or whatever it may be. Yeah, sorry. Before I get back to Councillor Ingram is there, and I want to make sure he doesn't feel lonely and isolated.
No, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Carter. I'm good.
Did you have a question? You had your hand up.
No, I was stretching. Sorry. I keep forgetting I'm on camera. So.
All right. Councillor Saini.
Thank you. Just two questions, really. One is that you mentioned how we're going to monitor this. There's different ways to do it, spreadsheets, program software. If you have any recommendations, or maybe our CAO has some ideas about how all of our staff are going to stay on the same page with this. So that's one question. Of course, programs and software also cost. So how are we going to manage that? The other part of it is I'm very pleased that the province has mandated us to do asset management plans, because what this is showing is exactly what our mayor has pointed out, is that municipalities cannot sustain this. There are some municipalities that might have gotten in trouble because they didn't continue to raise the taxes as required to keep up. But on the other hand, you can't raise them so much that nobody can pay them, and then you're even more in a hole. So I think when we consider the fact that Ontario has more downloads than any other province in Canada in terms of services, and we start to compare that, I think we're going to have to, this asset management plan shows that we could keep up somewhat if we didn't have all the additional downloads that are in Ontario compared to other provinces. Would you support that perspective as well? Thank you. Might be too political, I'm not sure.
No, I think that's correct. I mean, it's showing that the impacts just with looking after what you already have are quite significant. So if you add to that through downloading or through other means, that just makes the picture worse, right? So yes, we're starting with just looking after the assets you already own and are responsible for. The impacts are quite high, right? So anything further would just exacerbate that challenge.
Okay. Yeah. Councillor McKelvey.
So one of the pages in the full plan, page 2-18 actually, but it lists some of our facilities, and it gives a condition state. Now, the one that really jumped out at me is the S.G. Nesbitt Memorial Arena being rated a condition of fair. I think there's going to be a few eye rolls, because that's a new arena and it's still debentured over many, many years. So, and I'm sorry if I missed it during, I mean, every time I look at this asset management plan, I spend hours on this, and I find other things and I go back and think, was that even in the last one that we looked at? And it was, so I missed it. But why would the arena ever be showing as a fair condition rating when we still owe $12 million on it?
So the arena did have a condition assessment completed. It was in fact part of the scope of the asset management plan. There was an external kind of service provider that came out and did the assessment, and so they come up with kind of a component level assessment, right? They look at individual components of the facility, assess the condition, and then they also estimate the renewal and replacement needs over typically a 10 or 15 or sometimes 20-year period. And then they calculate what's called a facility condition index. And the facility condition index is a little bit of a tricky measure because it's more of a financial indicator, in my opinion, because the way that the facility condition index comes about is they look at what are the total renewal needs within this facility over either the next 5 or 10 years. I believe it's a 5-year FCI that's used in this case. And then they divide those total needs expected over the next 5 years by the replacement cost of the facility to come up with a FCI percentage. And so for the arena, that facility condition index is at 8.1%, which doesn't necessarily mean that individual components are in a bad shape. It's just there are some renewal needs that are coming up over the next 5 to 10 years, and those represent about 8% of the replacement cost of the facility as a whole. And then the way that the assessors translate the FCI rating into a condition state, there's a table, I think it's on the page prior to the one you were referencing on page 217. There's a table that shows how those facility condition index or FCI ratings get translated into a qualitative condition state. So it is just by virtue of how that facility condition index is calculated and how the assessors relate that overall score to a qualitative condition state is how that comes about. So it's not I guess bottom line is it's not necessarily a perfect indicator of the physical condition. It's more of a financial indicator, if that helps with its interpretation.
Councillor McKelvey.
I think it probably helps if you're sitting here listening to this today, but if this document goes on the website, and is, basically our asset Bible going forward, it just jumped right out at me when it shows the arena at 55 Parkside Street being in fair condition. And I mean, it's a bit of a controversial thing to start with because not everybody wanted it, and it's debentured over a long period of time, and it's a lot of money, and it's great we have it, we're using it and everything else, but when you look all of a sudden on a report and it shows fair, I don't know how to address that, but I won't be the only one that this jumps out at, I would think.
And if I may, I certainly see your point, and I agree that and I think we've gotten this kind of response or reaction before as well. The facility condition index is a widely used measure or metric by assessors of buildings. And the way that they relate that FCI rating into a condition state is also generally accepted within that industry. So it's not something that we made up through the development of this asset management plan. We are relying on those assessors and how they relate those FCI ratings to condition state. So it is kind of generally accepted practice for better or worse.
Councillor McKelvey.
Okay, so then the other one is on page 219, and it talks about the distribution replacement costs of assets by condition state, but this is all dealing with, I believe, it says 2 facilities in good condition, but I think on a previous it showed it as 1. I'm just trying to make sure. Yeah, so on this previous page, it showed Patrol 1 garage being in good condition, but then when you go to the figure 2.8, it shows 2 facilities in good condition. And it's more so on the poor part, it's showing again on table 212, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we have 6 in poor condition, and on here on 2.8 it shows we have 4. So I'm not sure they're matching up right. Okay, yeah, because then on critical, it shows we have 2, but on the other one, it shows we only have 1. So that one really jumped. I was like, oh, please tell me we don't have 2 that are in critical. Okay,
Sorry, is your microphone working? There we go.
done.
It is, sorry, I don't think it was up.
Um, and again, it's just, one little word that says fair can become very concerning to those. And it comes to the water and wastewater because, conditions state for water mains is showing as fair. And I think it would be safe to say we want to be better than fair when it comes to water and wastewater. I mean, we'd love to be excellent on everything, but that's not financially feasible. So again, it's this whole condition rating and it's on 2.22 table. Because I don't think the Letterworth Pines water treatment is not probably in fair condition. I think it's probably, but it's how do you evaluate that? Is it based on the pipes are really old? I just don't want it to look like, I'm not sure how to explain this, but I don't want it to look like it's just fair when it comes to water treatment.
So the condition for water wastewater assets in general came about from information provided by the Ontario Clean Water Agency. So I can't speak to what different components go into their condition assessment. I suspect, as is typically the case, some of it is age-based. So as assets near the end of their, theoretical useful life, they start to show up as fair. And it's not necessarily saying that they're performing poorly. It's just suggesting it's meant to be a bit of a flag to say, hey, we have these assets that are coming up for renewal or replacement, maybe not in the long term, but more in the medium and short term. So it's some of it may be age driven. I'm not sure to what extent they perform physical condition assessments to inform those ratings, but all of the data pertaining to water, wastewater came from Aqua.
Thank you. And again, it's just, when you look on the figure 216, it shows that like almost 20% are in poor condition, which I don't think that's really the case. And I'm not sure how other way of depicting it in here, but
I think you're in a situation where for instance, on the water mains, you're at an average life of 32 years. And so it's probably, saying that over the next 10 years, you're going to need to be replacing, more and more of those to get them a bit up to date. And so,
but we're not seeing that in the capital plan to that extent, I don't believe, for water and wastewater. That's where I'm struggling.
what do you do? Okay.
I guess, Mr. Mayor, I was in listening to council. When we do post our asset management plan, I think we may need to develop some communications
Right.
and anticipated frequently asked questions. Just again, to our consultants' comments, sometimes in some of these assets, there's a financial modeling that's one way of looking at your assets, and there's condition and performance is another way of looking at your assets as well. So,
Any other questions? Councillor McKelvey?
And again, it goes back to a bit of the arena table 3.2. Page 3-6 shows in 2026 for our lifestyle expenditure forecasts, almost 2.5 million for community centers and arenas. And again, I apologize if this was all in the first one and I didn't flag it then, but as I said, every time you look at this and then it comes in a slightly different version, it's just like, wow. I would hope we don't need to spend $2.5 million at our community centers and arenas in 2026. And you may not be able to answer this right now, but it's just, these are the things that suddenly jumped out. We're going to 2026 total annual capital expenditure, 3.5 million. And then the next year it's 1.3. It's like, okay. It just seems like we're upfronting a lot of stuff here and I'm not sure I understand it.
So I don't think I'll be able to provide too much detail in terms of what comprises that number today. However, it is something that we can follow up with. I know the capital forecasts have been largely and mostly unchanged for some time. We did make some finer refinements to them, but I believe these are the same forecasts we have in front of us through the earlier engagements as well. Now, something to keep in mind is that this is, again, a plan that's developed based on the best information available at a point in time. It doesn't replace the need to, through the budget process, reprioritize, kind of go through the discussion of what's actually happening in any given year. So this is indicating that there might be about $2.5 million of investments needed into community centers and marinas in 2026. Again, I don't have the full details of that on my fingertips right now, but if through the budget process it's determined that those are not all immediate needs and some of that can be pushed into 2027 or 2028, then that's the type of kind of ongoing refinement of the asset management information that takes place through that cycle.
Councillor McKelvey.
Okay, so I think our asset management plan is one of the most important things that we're going to ever look at here. So I really want to make sure that we get this right. Because I don't want to have a 10-year asset management plan that right off the get-go, we're out of whack on. And I really struggle with that 2.5 million in 2026. Well, 2.5 million isn't what we'd ever. Yeah, I don't know. It says community centers and arenas. So yes, it would definitely.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it would include the Lachlan Community Center
Yes.
and the roofs that we've been talking about on the curling club and the,
Those are cultural center buildings. Maybe. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it is the curling. Yeah. It just seems pretty high. So one of the other things was when we were in training before, there was some talk about, I think it was $50,000 needed to be added to the budget for operating for like gravel resurfacing. There was $50,000 for accessibility that was proposed. Is that still taking into consideration what you have in here?
Yes, the amounts related to an increase to the operating budget for gravel roads, yes, that is included. It's not shown as a capital expenditure because that's
No.
in the operating, but the operating forecast was adjusted to account for additional
Okay.
costs in that regard. I do recall the conversation about accessibility enhancements, and I believe there is a annual allowance that's been built. This is on the capital side, and it's on page 3-5. There's a bullet list of some of the major notable items that have been included in the capital forecast for facilities. And the last bullet talks about that annual allowance to make accessibility improvements.
Then I really have some concerns where we get into some of the financial forecasting. Oh, but I did have a question. Back on table 4.1, tax funded assets. It talks about capital expenditures for transportation, fleet and equipment, facilities. I just wondered, where does the Scotch Line transfer station fall into that? You know offhand? Yeah, because it was in your other one as 1.7, but then it changed to 2.1 million. So I just wanting to make sure.
we, through you, Mr. Mayor, we did make that amendment when we were chatting with our consultants.
So then when you go to page 4.4, and you're talking about annual capital financing forecast. I really need to understand what we're doing here because it seems to me we're going to drop the balance of our reserves drastically in the first year. Is that?
Yes, that's correct. The strategy, the way it's been laid out, does propose drawing down the reserves, not quite to a zero. There's a minimum kind of balance that's being carried for any unforeseen expenditures as well. But as I think we looked at within the presentation as well, from 2026 to about 2031 or so, the reserve balance would be expected to be at kind of a minimum balance, and then it would start to accumulate beyond 2030. So just given the magnitude of the capital expenditures expected over the next 5 to 6 years, we were utilizing the reserve as much as possible over that period.
Like, how do you even get all that done in 1 year though, too? You know, like, that'd be great. You just draw everything from the reserve and you're gonna surface treat every road we have, which timing wise, not only financially wise, but timing wise, you don't even have time for that. Like, you know, Mike can't get all the culverts changed and the ditches done and to even be ready for that many kilometers of road to be resurfaced. I have, and again, I apologize if it was in the other one, but I have serious concerns about a plan that says we're going to draw our reserves down to this minimum, particularly in that first year, because we're going to lose $200,000 in interest revenue that we don't have in reserves gaining money for us. So has that been taken into consideration on the operating side? We make interest on those reserves. If you drain them, and it's not you, if we drain them, based on this, we are also impacting that operating budget substantially, like probably 200 plus, and that's a 2%.
So the interest, I guess just as a technicality, the interest that accrues on capital reserves has not been considered as an amount that offsets the operating expenditures. It's something that's accruing within the capital reserves within the financial strategy. And so it's in the way it's been modeled, that interest helps offset future capital expenditures because it's accruing on money that's been put aside for capital needs specifically.
In on a practical side, I mean, there's some of our reserve funds that have to have their interest separated and must go in there, but there's a lot of our operating capital reserves, we don't do that. We budget that as revenue, so that's a direct hit to our operating costs. Unless
It's offset by the fact that if you delay some of the projects, then they end up, growing the,
I
you know,
realize that, but I
the
just,
cost of the replacing the road may be more than just, what you were gonna make an interest in delaying it a year.
I just have some other questions specific to this too. On page 4.8, it says, second last paragraph, township is expected to have 5.4 million in its tax funded capital reserves and reserve funds by the end of 25. There's another table later on that indicates it's 7.4. But it also, it's just, I can't get my head around draining reserves in the first year of this. I'm just not comfortable with that. And the province wants us to do these. They're going to use it to base their decisions on our grants. I'm not so sure we don't need to start showing some of this as having grants. And then if they don't give them to us, then we can say, okay, this is not financially viable for our township without some funding. And
Madam CEO?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councillor McKelvey brings up a point that I had thought of earlier is we have not factored in any monies from other levels of government. I mean, and because it's unknown. But perhaps, Peter, you could just chat about this being an overarching guiding document that puts out a plan, but in terms of operationalizing that plan, how are other municipalities? Because I do hear the council members' concern, but it's not necessarily that we're taking the plan, the overarching plan as written, and it becomes our annual work plan. So maybe talk about how some of the other municipalities are utilizing that information.
Yeah, so the information generally is utilized, but it's consulted during the budget process to look at, if we have some things that are theoretically coming up. Again, sometimes it's within the asset management, it could be based on age. For roads in particular, it's actually based on the recommendations out of the last road needs study. So it's a little bit more informed by the physical condition and the experts that looked at those assets and said what they think should be done and planned for. But that, again, doesn't replace the reprioritization discussions around what should actually be put into the plan for 2026 as an example, right? So we've come up with, as we understand your asset portfolio today, based on various background reports and the age profile and condition profile, these are the capital needs we expect to come up over the next 10 years. It is quite heavy for 2026, I think, to your point. But that doesn't mean that council can't defer some of those needs to later through the budget process, right? I think in terms of the external funding, so again, trying to come up with a sustainable strategy, we typically don't build in assumptions around external grant funding unless those sources of grant funding are stable and predictable. So that's why only the OCIF and the CCBF or former gas tax amounts have been included. And to be actually extra conservative even with those, we haven't applied any inflationary adjustments to them. So we're holding those external grant funding sources at current levels over the forecast period. So it's just to ensure that there is a strategy for how to fund all of this in the absence of any of these unknown grant amounts. Of course, if there is a grant that becomes available, it helps offset some of the expenditures and might reduce the amount of borrowing that's required. That's otherwise shown in the strategy, but we did want this to be kind of a self-contained, sustainable strategy, which is why we haven't incorporated external grants into that.
So I think the situation you have, if, we may plan here to replace a vehicle every 8 years. If you do the condition score of it at year 7 and realize you can go to the year 9 on the vehicle, you don't replace it at 8. You keep it until year 9, and vice versa. Some have to be replaced at year 7. So this is sort of the overarching plan, but each year when you're doing your budgets is when you decide which part of this that you're going to include. I think it's particularly important, the vehicle one's easy to understand, but on the roads, if you don't have to spend the $2 million this year, you can push it off to the next year. Now, that also has to be balanced with how much can you possibly do in our very shortened season. So there's, a constant balancing of that. I mean, we have that situation all the time. And so this is your plan, but then you have to then move this into your annual budgets each year to see what makes the most sense for the organization. And that's why I think it's important that, our annual budget process has to be changed into something like a 1-year, 3-year plan. So you're looking at, okay, this is what we're going to do this year, but what does that mean for upcoming years? And that's something that, most people have not really done here at the municipal level. And I think it's something that we need to change. Councilor McKelvey?
And again, it gets back to this whole, we put this lovely document together and it looks like it's sustainable because we're going to borrow all this money. That in itself is not sustainable. So I just question if we shouldn't be showing grants, because the province uses this document to assess any grant application. So if it looks like we're self-sustaining, does that hurt us? And I don't know if that's ever been thought of with the other plans you've done, but it just seems to me that, this all looks great because it's all going to balance at the end of, but it really isn't, because it's going to suggest that we're going to borrow a lot of money that really our taxpayers can't afford to have us borrow either, because the payments that they're going to pay is not sustainable. So I'm just not sure, we don't need to show more on grants and donations. Or not donations, but the grant and donations line. Because if the province doesn't help us, or the federal government doesn't help us, we're in big trouble here.
Well, we, we at Minden Hills are in with a lot of company, like
Absolutely.
another 444.
Yeah. Yes.
Or 443 municipalities across Ontario. And the fact of the matter is that, our opinion of what our taxpayers can handle is not necessarily the same as the provincial government, who seem to feel that they can download almost anything onto the municipalities, and the municipalities, will just be able to tax their way out of it. So it's a very difficult set of discussions that need to take place with the provincial government. But at least having this document, you have the facts at hand to be able to have these discussions and these negotiations. It's not going to be pretty over the next short while. Any other questions? Well, thank you very much for coming in. I was going to turn it to you to give.
Are we going to get a different version before we actually adopt this plan then, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe, Peter, you have tracked a few changes that have been identified. I think there were a couple of charts.
I am tracking one change, I think, there was a table figure we talked about earlier with the facility conditions and that not matching the table. So I think that the labels can be fixed. I think other ones were clarification questions as to what's included in a particular line item and things of that nature. So I can certainly follow up with those clarifications. But as far as my notes go, there's only one edit within the report that I'm tracking as of right now.
There was a culvert issue or structure issue, but I may not have. I just know that one chart and the other chart didn't match up as far as.
I guess for me, Mr. Mayor, we need to adopt an asset management plan. This for me is a living document. Like, while we're asking council to adopt an asset management plan, we will be doing annual reviews every 5 years. We need to do a full refresh of our asset management plan on an annual basis. We will be making revisions and refining things. And council's concerns and questions are very valid. I also think, to Councillor McKelvey's concern about applying for grants and it appearing that we can afford everything, I think in our grant application, we would make it very clear that from a resourcing standpoint, whether it be financial or whether it be human resources, the amount of work that is depicted in our asset management plan is not sustainable for a small municipality without the province coming to the table. So we would make that point very clear in any grant application.
And I think that, I agree that this is a snapshot that is taken at a point in time. As soon as you start, doing a road study or improvements on a building or build something new or buy a new truck or whatever it is, this plan changes. it is, as you say, the living document. So I think that we need to approve this so that we can have the document and then have it as the living document that we can start updating on a regular and routine basis. You know, we can debate this all we want. At the end of the day, the numbers are going to be the numbers. How we now, you know, we have a plan, but how we can then fit it into the realities of our budget is going to affect this. I just fear that, you know, this is going to look like a lot of corporate pension plans that were always back end loaded. You know, I think that most municipalities are going to be facing this. So again, lots of discussions with governments to come. All right. We have motions. Motion away.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Counselor McKelvey, that council receives a presentation from Watson and Associates and Staff Report 2538 regarding the township's asset management plan as information, and that council approves the asset management plan as presented, and for the council directs the approved asset management plan be published on the township website.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much for all your hard work on this. I know it's a challenge. It'll be a challenge for all of us. I'm sure we will meet again.
Challenge, but we certainly have an excellent team, and it's been a pleasure working with the whole team here. And thanks for having me a few times. It's been a great experience.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll take a break till 10:45.
Oh, okay.
welcome back. Our technology is a little slow this morning, but we move on to adoption of minutes from previous meetings, the October 9th regular council meeting and public meeting. Are there any comments or amendments? Seeing none, please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Johansson, seconded by Counselor Sini. Be it resolved that council approves the meeting minutes as follows: October 9th, 2025, regular council minutes, and October 9th, 2025, public meeting minutes, PL ZBA 2025028.
All those in favor? That is carried. Mayor's report, the weather has changed. We have a lot of the rain that was being stored up in July and August and September all seem to come in the last week or two. It's I'll have to say that the forests are still dry. So please still be very, very careful with fires. I know that our daytime fire ban changes November 1st. So there will be daytime burning. I did see people the other day burning leaves and branches in a somewhat uncontrolled fashion. So be very, very careful out there. The other thing that is important is the middle of October is when Parks Canada aims to have the water levels at their lowest point because of the fishery for the trout. This year, that lowest level is lower than normal because in a lot of lakes, the water did evaporate. But because there are really no controls on the dams, when you do get large rainfall, the water will move swiftly into those rivers and change the levels quickly. So be very, very careful out there. The other thing is wanted to note, we were having a little discussion earlier, the number of traffic accidents over the last little while that have been reported by the OPP and so on, particularly single car accidents, which I think are probably attributed to distracted driving an awful lot. So be particularly careful when in the car. Recognize that, you should not be texting or using hands-on devices in any way. And then finally, tomorrow night is Halloween. And so all the little kinders will be out there in force and running around. And so be particularly careful if you're driving. And I hope everybody has a happy Halloween. Over to you, Councillor Sandy, for Roma. Yes.
Before we go to the Roma one, last night the OPP had a meeting, an open house at the community center. Unfortunately, it was not well attended, but it was not advertised. So I'm just wondering, one of the comments that was made there was that the mayors had been sent the information. Just wondering, like, we need to make sure we're sharing this. So.
Well, the information that we did receive, I'll quite frankly, I'll state that when I received something, it looked like it was a general distribution note. So I thought it was widespread. They did say they were going to be advertising on their through their social media. So
Unfortunately, their social media release was at like approximately 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon for a 6 p.m. open house. So, I mean, it was really good, I felt. It just would be really good information to have been able to get out there ahead of time so that people actually knew about it. So
well, I think they're planning on doing one in each municipality. So we will make a point to talk to the OPP to make sure that they advertise this much better.
Well, that was definitely mentioned last night, that there needs to be a better.
Yeah. Right. Councillor Yes.
Sorry, I was just wondering, did you want us to report on the AMO conference or was that coming at a different? The AMO conference that we both went to?
The Healthy Democracy.
Sorry,
Okay.
may I assist with that? We've pulled that AMO for discussion under correspondence. Did you want to speak to it at that point? Or,
I'm talking about the conference that,
oh, okay.
Well, I'll let Councillor Saini add that to the Roma report.
Okay, thank you. Yes. After our asset management plan today, nobody's going to be surprised about the first part of what I'm going to say, and that's our Roma advocacy for rural infrastructure funding is paramount, and we have great data to show the unique challenges in rural areas. So this is going to be an ongoing issue that we will be discussing with the province. Rural Ontario municipalities own and operate about 153 billion in public infrastructures, yet have fewest financial resources and tools to fund these critical needs. And rural municipalities have 17% of the population in Ontario and are responsible for 31% of all the roads, bridges, tunnels, and assets by value. Thank goodness we got a good roads person in Minden. The provincial federal governments contribute only about 30% in annual rural municipal infrastructure funding. This is something we really have to address. So Roma's advocacy will focus more on effective, efficient funding and arrangements that recognize rural communities' limited resources and capacity. And this is going to include the consolidating various provincial grant funds into a provincial municipal transfer fund that is stable, predictable, and long-term. Because right now, as we discussed earlier, we have no idea what we might get as a grant, how we plan for that. This will allow municipalities then to plan, maintain, and expand infrastructure more effectively. And also addressing provincial download from the 1990s that include more than 5,000 kilometers of roads and highways, water treatment plans, and non-powered dams in rural communities. The cost of operating and maintaining these assets outstrips the limited property tax base of our rural municipalities. We cannot continue just to increase taxes on these kinds of infrastructure that's used by everyone in the province. So the Roma board continues to refine health as well and health policies. Roma released the Fill the Gaps Closer to Home, Closer to Home, Close the Gap Closer to Home report in 2024. The report included 22 recommendations for the province to improve access to primary health care for millions of rural Ontarians. Rural communities are disproportionately impacted by Ontario health crisis. Despite healthcare being a provincial responsibility, rural municipal governments contribute $480 million annually to health and social service programs. And they do not have the tax base to subsidize provincial costs to this degree. So this has to change. And that AMO policy staff are reviewing the 2024 report along with the data from AMO's recently completed municipal health survey and up to date in prioritizing recommendations to the rural and also our neighbors' northern areas of our province and healthy strategy. So the Roma board will review these reports that are going to be completed in the early 2026. Roma is proactive also in advocating on rural schools. Should the province change or end the moratorium on the rural closures? I don't know. We haven't faced that so much here in Minden, but across the province, there's many municipalities facing these closures. This could be the first step in lifting the moratorium altogether, putting small and rural schools at risk of amalgamation or even possibly closure. And then rural schools play a critical role in the local economy and social fabric of our rural Ontario, as we know. And a smart moratorium with the rural exception in the interim for boards under supervision will protect both students and community, social and economic and healthy well-being. So we have a health and well-being project, but we're taking away the health and well-being with the structure of what we're taking away our schools if this continues. Roma and other municipal associations aims to work with the province to develop criteria to process, consider impacts on school closures, on rural communities, and on the students' well-being. Roma will work closely with community schools alliances to align our advocacy work with the school alliances. We normally just work with municipalities, but our municipalities across the province, particularly rural areas, are working closely with their municipalities and the school boards. LAS to pilot energy planning. We're very excited about this project. I might add our CAO has been involved in following this as well at our last meeting, because as you know, as a small communities and rural communities, we don't always have the ability to manage the extra projects. There's no corners left on our staff's desks in small communities. We don't have extra staffing to stay up to date and manage different processes. So there is the Independent Electrical System Operators, the IESO, is in various phases of procurements to expand Ontario's electrical capacity to meet the province's long-term needs. In 2026, LAS will undertake a pilot to gauge municipal interest in a concierge service for energy developers looking at participating in the IOS process. Many large municipalities offer developers concierge services to navigate all aspects of a project to get shovels in the ground as efficiency as possible. Since we don't have the extra staff to do that, the LAS has, in this pilot project, will focus on these projects to assist us with putting these things into place. So there's consistency for the energy developer, regardless of the municipality that they're working with. So very clear communications, and effectively support our local councils in making good local planning decisions as well. So this should help alleviate some of the things that would be very confusing and new on our planner's desk, as well as to help us to make sure that we can keep up with the processes in these projects. And I'd also like to make note again and encourage people to attend the Roma Conference in 2026. This will be January 18th to the 20th. Early bird registration is till October 31st at 4 p.m. And we were going to do the zoning differently this year. People have attended our zoning meetings. We have 10 zones across the province, and each of us from a zone will host that. But this year we're going to do it a little differently. We're going to combine it with lunch. So there'll be 2 zones presenting together and combined with lunch. And therefore people will be able to, one, find the location. They'll be happening all at the same time instead of someone really early in the morning. So you got to drive down to Toronto really early or back. So we're coordinating that a bit, made that change with our programming this recently. Also time to, and it's further on our agenda, look at delegate requests, delegations that are going to be coming to the ministers. And I think we have a few that we've already discussed today. Maybe we'll consider taking forward. And finally, just in terms of the Roma conference, I'm really excited to say that Chantal Hubert is going to be back again as our guest speaker. And as we see the political venue change and in so many different places and what's going on, it'll be great to hear her fresh input and perspective on what's going on politically and what our municipalities need to be holding on to plan for times ahead. And as was mentioned just a bit earlier, the Healthy Democracy Project that AMO put on was last weekend. It was well attended once again and really well received. Excellent speakers. I could say a whole lot about it, but I'm very excited that Councillor Johannesson was there, and I'm going to pass it over to her to make some comments on this. Thank you.
Thank you. What I learned and took away from the AMO conference, it was a 2-day packed full of information in a nutshell. On day 1, I learned about voter turnout challenges in Ontario municipal elections, including declining votes, structural and motivational barriers, and how targeted campaign strategies, including partnerships, youth and Indigenous outreach, can make a difference. I also learned about candidate attraction and retention, especially how underrepresented groups face additional barriers, information networks, and resources. The research behind Black on the Ballot and mapping the experience of diverse candidates provided concrete insight into these barriers. On day 2, I learned that the health of local democracy depends not just on elections, but on the ongoing civility, culture, institutional resilience. For example, how elected officials, staff, media, and citizen interact, and how systems handle incivility, harassment, and social media pressures. I learned that media and information ecosystems are critical to local democracy. We are lucky to have our local news outlets, more digital and social platforms, and different accountability dynamics. Importantly, I learned that practical tools and collaboration matter. The forum didn't just talk theory. It offered workshops and toolkits. For example, AMO's voter participation resource solution bank campaign strategy that I can bring to my community and organizations. And finally, I learned that doing this work early, well, before 2026 election day, it is a key building civic literacy, candidate support, respectful cultural and outreach ahead of time. It can increase a great chance of success. Thank you.
Counselor Saney?
Yeah, ditto that. And then also to say that the Halliburton Healthy Democracy Project is also taking place through our local organizations here, capturing many of the same issues and hearing from more of the locals' perspective as well. So please keep an eye out for that and attend when you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Correspondence and communication from the consent agenda. Clerk's Department received 2 requests to pull forward for discussion. Item 11.5 from Councillor Johansson, which is on the Healthy Democracy Leadership Workshop Series, and Councillor Saney asked 11.1, which is the delegation request form for the Roma conference be pulled. Madam Clerk, please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Johansson, seconded by Counselor Saney, that council direct staff to pull forward the following items for discussion. 11.1 Roma Conference 2026 Delegation Request Form, and 11.5 Amos Healthy Democracy Leaders Workshop Series, Strong Leaders, Stronger Communities.
All those in favor? That is carried. You have the other one first.
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Counselor Sisson, that council receives correspondence and communication items 11.2 through to 11.4, 11.6, and 11.7 as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. Let's start off with the Roma Conference Delegation Request Form. Not sure that we need to discuss the form, but we have to discuss whether or not we wish to have any delegations, particularly at the Roma Conference. Councillor Saney?
Yes, I would like, we have a few days before this has to be in. And I would like to see us put something in, if nothing else, around the funding issues. There's many things that come to us. You know, I can think I had a whole list of things. And of course, as I ran out of the house today, I forgot them of things that we've raised at council that was really affects us at the provincial level that would help us and also assist our staff with items that they raise from time to time. Of course, one of them being the number of changes that we see in the Planning Act that our planning staff have to keep up with. That's always an extra burden, particularly for rural issues. But I am most concerned about going forward with our strategic plan and the funding. And if we could put together some kind of request and put a delegation together for this meeting coming up at Roma, I think that would be very important. It does make a difference when the municipalities and the ministers are getting the same issue over and over again. We can't afford this. This is what's happening to our communities, especially from the rural perspective. It's really important to understand our limitations and the numbers that were raised earlier. So to make a longer story short, if we could even put a task force together to come up with that, but to make a delegation, particularly around financing. Thank you.
So I think the real problem with finance is who do you make the delegation to? You know, is it, in a lot of cases of, you know, a number of our problems fall under infrastructure. So that's the Minister of Infrastructure, or it's a matter of going to finance or municipal affairs and housing. So who would we make the delegation to, do you think? I'll let you go first, answer that.
Well, yeah, well, I think certainly what we've seen today with their strategic plan. Sorry, asset management plan. Thank you, counselors. Is that we really need to focus on our finances, and that would be through infrastructure, because roads is a real critical issue. We saw the percentages that we are trying to maintain roads that are beyond what our capabilities are. Thank you.
But I don't think we get any of our funding through that ministry. Let's see. Councilor.
Yeah, further to that, the Ministry of Rural Affairs, Lisa Thompson, has been very, very good in listening to the rural voice and coordinating when something comes up that affects various ministries, as you just mentioned, Mayor. She is the one that would take that and speak to each one of those ministries, because it affects each one of those. So would it be at finance? Would it be infrastructure? They're all playing from the same toolbox. So maybe it would be to the Minister of Rural Affairs. Thank you.
Councilor McKelvey?
Just a question, is the county making a delegation? That's my one.
At this point, I know of no delegations from the county.
Okay.
And no joint ones with Kawartha Lakes.
Okay. My other comment is, I'm not sure going to a delegation to talk about the financial inequities is going to be beneficial, because it's not isolated to us. So I always understood it was kind of like one-offs. You know, we went to MTO to try and deal with an entrance for the housing. That's not something that's my only thought on what you're saying, is that I thought it had to be something that was more isolated to our issues here.
Councilor Saney is going to respond that the more people who bring it up, the more it'll be amplified, but go ahead.
Something specific to us would be very, very good. And because, but we put it in the context of the overall, but something very specific to Minden, whether it be our waste site that we're developing, which are transfer stations, yes. But something very specific to us that we're going to be struggling over at budget time. So I would say, yes, overall, that's the issue. But for us to do a delegation, that's why we need a task force to say this specifically is what would help us with this year's budget. Thank you.
I'm not sure we need a task force, but I think the idea of perhaps the delegation to rural affairs, because, you know, I don't know that we would get the delegation you know, with the Ministry for Municipal Affairs and Housing. You know, the IO one, they don't, I mean, they're involved because it's infrastructure, but they don't handle any of the funding. Finance basically, or Treasury basically does what the other people, you know, tell them to do. So I think that if the Minister of Rural Affairs is willing to make, you know, carry the sword off to the other ministries, that may be the best and most sympathetic ear for that type of a delegation. Oh, Councilor Ingram.
Through the chair.
Nice break.
Just thinking about the building that's going on in Minden, the proposed building that's going to go on with the Highland Crest and the current housing over by the Legion. Maybe we should be looking at our water and sewer infrastructure, because if we we don't want to wait to the last minute to say to people, no, we can't take you in because we're not prepared in our facilities. Maybe we should be looking at that, because I know, if we need a pumping station, for example, in the water, you're looking at probably $1 million. So that's not something we can just do. And if we want development to come, I think we need to be ready for them prior to them coming. That's just my thoughts on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. CAO, did you? Your fingers on the trigger, so.
No, I think, Mr. Mayor, very good discussion. I think clearly it's about our infrastructure. It's about funding. Councillor Ingram has identified, potentially a water wastewater, a roads theme. Staff worked on delegation briefings for the last conference that we went to. I mean, we can take this away and work on doing a briefing package. I think the focus that we're looking for is just basically what we talked about this morning, is for small rural municipalities, the infrastructure needs, and certainly on the front end, are not sustainable without provincial support. So I'm happy to work with our staff and put some briefing notes together for the council members that are going to be attending Roma. Thank you.
And we have another meeting before the deadline. I
We
believe,
do,
right?
so I could certainly provide update on the 13th.
Sure.
Through the chair. So I just had something drafted that we can seek appointment with respective ministers regarding, and then I can put infrastructure funding, water and sewer, and small rural municipalities if you like, and that will just get us going with,
Through,
unless you
Yeah.
want to just wait.
yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I would prefer that we don't be prescriptive on the motion today. I think it's very clear that council would like to seek a delegation with the Minister of Rural Affairs. And I'm happy to work with staff on putting some information together for some briefing notes for council. I think we understand the direction.
Councillor Sani?
Yes, thank you. And that's why I was thinking task force earlier, but if staff can take that away and do that, knowing what our issues here, that'd be great. And the other thing is that there is a system of getting heard and achieving, which has been developed by AMO and some other consultants. So if we can follow that outline, I'm sure we'll be very successful. Thank you.
Okay, please read the motion. What?
I think the clerk's trying to get direction here. I think our motion is just be that we want to seek a or a delegation with the Minister of Rural Affairs. Is that not what we're talking? End of it. Yes.
But we wanted to receive
With-
it, just received it as information and to instruct staff. Yeah. I'd prefer it to just be a motion and just get it.
What, just say what?
Just that we're receiving this as information and we're directing staff to come back.
Okay, well, that's different. That's why we need to give the clerk some direction here, because one's saying one thing and you're saying totally different. I thought we just wanted to have a delegation or request a delegation with the Minister of Rural Affairs.
Right? I think that's, yeah.
No, we're not going to get specific. Then you tie your staff down too much. No. Oh.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so Counselor Staney and Counselor Johansson, we've just amended the resolution requesting an appointment with the Minister of Rural Affairs, and I've ended it there for the second paragraph, okay? Yes, okay. Moved by Counselor Staney, seconded by Counselor Johansson, that council receives correspondence item 11.1, 2026 Roma Conference Delegation Request Forms Information, and that council directs staff and the mayor to submit the request seeking an appointment with the Minister of Rural Affairs.
All those in favor? Pass. Okay, next one is Healthy Democracy. Counselor Johansson, you wish to bring that forward?
Yes, thank you. I would just like to add, attending the AMO Healthy Democracy Leader Series offers a range of benefits for both current municipal officials and aspiring candidates in Ontario. This is a few points that participants can gain. Clarity of purpose, reconnect with your core values and the motivations behind your public service, resilience in conflict, learn strategies to handle factious politics, social media toxicity, and public scrutiny with confidence, personal well-being, develop sustainable leadership practices to prevent burnout and maintain mental health, campaign readiness for first-time candidates, build confidence and gain practical insights before launching a campaign, expert guidance, participate in workshops led by experienced facilitators and policy experts, and community impact, strengthen your ability to lead effectively and contribute to healthier, more engaged communities.
Counselor McKelvey?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. I think this is the one where you can register. It's free. It's in the evening online. Okay. So yeah, this is something that anybody can register for. I mean, I certainly have already registered for it, but it's not the same thing that you went to for the 2-day weekend. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So yeah, I would encourage anybody to register for this, including those that aren't even sitting at this table today.
Counselor Saney?
Yes, this is confirming this is open to everybody. And maybe we could put it somehow on our site to give it more attention across the municipality for people to attend. Some of the resources that were at the Healthy Democracy events are presenting this as well. So we're very fortunate to have them on board doing this. So if we could somehow promote it in the municipality, that'd be great.
Through the chair, staff can look at that and see if it's possible to do.
Read the resolution.
So council, we're just receiving his information. Okay. Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Johansson, that council receives correspondence item 11.5, AMO's Healthy Democracy Leaders Workshop Series, Stronger Leaders, Stronger Communities as information.
All those in favor? As carried. Moving on to quarterly reporting. This is, you're starting off.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, before you today are the quarterly reports for the time frame of July to the end of September of this year for both operating and capital. These reports focus on work activity and progress made to date on some of our major initiatives. The third quarter financial reports will be on the next agenda. We're just finalizing some of that financial information. The operating quarterly reports include key highlights for each department for the third quarter and some future highlights. The capital report includes progress to date on infrastructure projects and major initiatives. We have 24 Minden Hills projects underway and 6 with our water and wastewater operator. I think we can entertain comments or questions on operating and capital. I do know that our Director of Public Works wants to give a verbal update on the roofing projects and what we've been able to achieve to date, and we hope to have costing information over the next 2 weeks. Thank you.
So how do you want to proceed with the others? Are you just, questions or?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe we start with operating, and if anybody has any questions, staff will do their best to answer them, and then we'll move on to capital if council's amenable to that.
Councilor McKelvey?
Oh, just, Roch, you mentioned the financials will come at the next one, so that may be where this should be answered, but I know we've issued 69 of 116 applications for short-term rentals. I just wondering what's happening with the revenues coming in from the municipal accommodation tax.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I am happy to follow up on that and have that answer for next meeting.
As far as operating the cultural center, I just want to do a shout out that the haunting in Minden Hills was really well done. Much appreciated. Planning, I had a question as far as the zoning bylaw consolidation progress and how we're making out with that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, is that on the operating or the capital?
I believe it was on the operating. That's where I wrote the notes. I'm assuming I did that, but
I can ask our planner to come down to the meeting.
she's not here, sorry.
She's upstairs.
Okay, sorry. And then it was mentioned in the planning part of it too, about the new applications having been received. I just wanted to know if they've been addressed yet or if they're yet to come to us. So those are all kind of planning.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we can leave that for a minute. She's just on her way down, so perhaps we'll give her a minute.
Counselor Sani?
In the interim, maybe I could ask another question.
Go ahead.
Just two comments. One is, first of all, there were 10 short-term rental complaints. Curious what kinds of complaints they were. What's the nature of, is there any kind of way of characterizing those complaints?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding with the complaints is I think it's growing pains on the staff side of the equation and the applicant side of the equation. So we're constantly reviewing and refining our processes. This is our first year. We're really
Yes. So they're
delving
mostly
into.
administrative.
Yeah, I think it's growing
Not
pains.
noise.
Sorry?
Not noise and things like that.
No,
It's
not at
just-
this point. I think it's more
encouraging.
sort of growing pains with the whole program.
Okay, thank you.
I thought she was going to answer the question. Oh, you have to hear it first.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as I understand, looking for clarification on the consolidation progress. Sure. So through you, Mr. Mayor, so we have a draft of the consolidation for the official plan and the zoning bylaw. I'm just working through to confirm that it is accurate. And then the text would be available to update and have online, and it would be consolidated to like current, like to now. So any of the zoning bylaw amendments also that have been approved this year and that are past their appeal period would also be included in that. And then as far as the schedules go, which is also part of the consolidation, we are working on consolidating them to any amendments. There's been a bit of a stall there because as council knows, we were realigning some of the data. So that we are working on, but then we're also contending with the floodplain mapping that would ultimately change some of the zone boundaries that we do have. So we're sort of trying to balance what is adopted or brought forward to council when we're considering also potential changes that would come through with the floodplain mapping. So I'm anticipating that the consolidated text will be available within the next month or so, certainly before the end of the year. The schedules, I'll have to bring a more fulsome update once we have the actual floodplain mapping with the two zone concept and see what effect that would have on our current zone boundaries.
Is the floodplain mapping now official and accepted?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so my understanding is that there's no formalized process for having it accepted at the provincial level. And MNR has been involved in the process of creating the floodplain mapping. So hopefully if they had any issues, they would have alerted county staff or Ganaraska to those. Once we are incorporating any of that into our zoning, we will have to consult with them anyway as part of the process. So I'm hoping that won't be an issue. The Ganaraska, I understand, is finalizing the two zone concept, which should be coming to the county the beginning of November.
So if we take this document, this mapping, and put it into our into our documents, then it becomes official.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. Once it's in our zoning, it would become official applicable law. We would be in a bit of a limbo state in between when it's known in public, because right now it's not entirely publicly out there or known to the to at least township staff. We'd be in a bit of a limbo state, but we would have to balance that with safety issues.
Okay. Councillor McKelvey?
Won't that need to have a zoning bylaw amendment? That's before it can be enforced?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, yes and no. So, in terms of a zoning bylaw amendment related to the updated floodplain mapping, yes, that would actually have to be, unlike where we're doing the consolidation and fixing some of the data, that doesn't necessarily have to go through, a public meeting, for example, because it's already what should be in the zoning bylaw. Where we're introducing new information with new boundaries, that would need to go through a formal zoning bylaw amendment with a public meeting, for example. But because it is related to something that is very, provincially legislated, and there are concerns for our life, health, and safety as related to it, we will have to still utilize that mapping before it's within our zoning bylaw. It just might be on a case-by-case basis how that kind of plays out.
And then how does the county, I mean, I don't think that we've done anything to officially accept it at the county yet. So how does that work?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that the county will be receiving a staff report from county staff for the floodplain mapping beginning of November. So at that point, then I presume county council would either adopt or not. And then planning staff there would have to also do an official plan amendment to recognize any of the required changes to policy, particularly as it relates to access. Previously, a lot of the legislation was more related to if your property would flood, but the province has very clearly extended that to if your access would also flood.
Right. Well, yeah. That's why we have that back road behind the arena to get the people away from Invergordon and so on. All right, Councilor McKelvey?
The other one I had wondered about was, you're showing new applications received for July to September. It says one consent, I'm just, one OPA zoning bylaw and 3 zoning bylaw amendments. I'm just wondering, have they already been addressed or are they still yet to come to us?
A combination of, so I don't think any of them have been submitted formally as applications as yet. Perhaps one has. Some of them are a little bit more involved and they require technical studies on the part of the applicants.
Okay. Councilor Sandy?
This isn't a planning question, so can I ask it?
Okay, but let's finish with
Yeah,
planning
there's
first.
a planning.
Anything else for planning? Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Building department, just in the future, we have the July 2025 and August 2025 comparisons. If we could get kind of an annual comparison too, like which in the other reports, like in the fire department report, it says this has happened in 2024, this is the number. If we could get that, it will give more meaning to what we're seeing here on paper. Thank you.
Sorry, Councilor Sisson?
This is the roads one. I just wondered the Red Umbrella Road culvert. Did we ever get MTO to agree to help us pay for that or to pay for it?
All right, you come up, you're gonna be next anyway.
So through the chair, for Red Umbrella, in the end, no, we did not approach MTO, but also we reevaluated that in the initial cost, I believe, based on an MTO costing, because they had already done some evaluation of the area based on their bigger project. They estimated about $60,000 to do that work. We we did it for about 5. So we were just in and out there. We did a couple culverts. Obviously their plan involved mobilizing equipment and contractors and all these overhead costs. We were able to do it essentially at the cost of the culverts themselves. So that work's done. We should have no problem handling the water that's now coming down from that box culvert across from Highway 35, and we were just able to do that out of our operating funds.
Thank you very much. It's nice to see you do some things with our own equipment.
Yeah,
Kudos to you.
We're trying for sure.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we were just going to start with operating and then capital. And yes, Mr. Timmons does have an update on a couple of capital projects.
Operating questions. Separate resolutions. Okay, go ahead.
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, that council receives departmental operating report for the third quarter as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. Capital.
Okay, through the chair, I guess just through the chair to everybody. Yeah, so the couple that I did want to touch on, for capital, the 2 roof projects, the curling club and the cultural center, just wanted to give an update there. We had a meeting yesterday briefly with the curling club to bring them up to date. We have finalized, or the engineers finalized the designs, and we did go out to get some quotes as we were directed by council. Unfortunately, with the timing of getting those requests out there, we don't have much interest in anybody willing to take that on this time of year. So we did try to push that. It's just not feasible at this time. And if obviously the contractors don't want to take it, then that's the situation we're in. We have gone through a few different options. The one we are considering right now is the leading proposal is a retrofit, a membrane retrofit of the entire roof. We're just working out some costing, and the engineer is doing some final calculations based on the additional load that will be added to the roof in terms of weight capacity. Is just some due diligence on their part just to verify that we're good there. The idea would be to get this contractor lined up, agreement signed and commitment for early in the spring. In the meantime, I have gone ahead and directed the same contractor to go ahead with some interim repairs that will stop the leaking in the interim over the winter, get us through to the spring. And that repair is about $8,000. So I just, given the circumstances, I just said, go ahead and get that done. Good news with, there are a few things, good news with the, this retrofit, that the expected lifespan is about 20 years. So this is something that'll definitely take us, get this off our plates. So it's not something we did evaluate that as sort of a short, medium and long. Brand new steel roof would obviously be long-term. You might have 50 years out of it. Obviously expenses go way up. The retrofit is definitely what we're recommending in this case. Good news is there's no impact to the interior of the building. It's all on the top. You're not removing anything, so you're not. And if we do run into, as council knows, there's a separate project being managed by the curling club for the insulation. So if those two happen to be scheduled on top of each other, now they're not going to conflict. So we really do think it's a good option, and we are looking to get that sort of, obviously details will come back for council's approval. On to the cultural center. Do you want me to stop there? Do you want to make a comment?
No, council, I think, yeah, our staff internally has done a lot of work on this with council's support and allowing us to go and have conversation. The roofing membrane that Mr. Timmons is chatting about, I've put on many roofs. It comes at a significantly less cost as well, but a 20-year warranty. But we'll bring those details back to council. We're hoping within the next 2 weeks. And then cultures.
Councilor McKelvey.
So the plan was we were going to give you approval to bypass the procedural bylaw and go out and get quotes in order to get this done. And I understand that that's not an option because you didn't get enough interest. So we're going back to getting this tendered now, since it's not till next year.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's two options. We can tender it out, or we have somebody who's put in a proposal willing to hold their price to the spring. And if council were to agree to award, they would be lined up, ready to go in April of next year.
But we don't have any other quote. We only have one quote.
We only have one quote.
Counselor Sisson?
So we spent all this money on engineering and come back to this. So that money for engineering is just gone by the wayside then? Or did they recommend this refit roof, or why did we spend all this money on engineering?
Through the chair, we need somebody to represent us. I mean, we need somebody to make these evaluations prior to making any decision. There have to be evaluations. They've been up on the roof. They're measuring steel thicknesses. They're checking for corrosion. They're checking structure, all sorts of engineering aspects that are required for a project like this.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, the curling club is putting insulation on the interior of this steel roof. We're talking about putting a membrane on the roof. They have to do load capacity as well. I mean, that's not something that our staff is trained to do. So it is not wasted money at all.
So the engineering is the project that is being done for the installation is being done by another third party, I assume. So they're providing the information along with getting whatever the weight is of this membrane, and our engineering people are determining whether or not that fits into the structural integrity of the building.
That is correct.
That's correct. And the engineer doesn't have any concerns. It's a matter of due diligence. We think it'll be fine, but he has to obviously do his diligence on that.
Okay. Any other questions on that, Councillor Sisson?
Mike, I see you've got the Mash Creek culvert that's finished. Did that go well for you?
Through the chair, yes, Nash Creek was done. No
It
issues.
wasn't over budget, it stayed within the
But budget's good and the work looks great.
And the Kim Mount shed. See, you got a new,
Yeah, the building is in and likewise, no budget issues. It's there. Hydro's hooked up, ready to go.
good, look good. I've seen it the other
It
day.
does. They do nice work.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we can give an update on the cultural center and the library roof as well. I think Mr. Timmons has some information.
Thank you. Again, through the chair. So Cultural Center, we are still working on finalizing. We have the finalized drawings, actually, I should say. We have given our sign off for the contractor or the consultant to go ahead with the same process. We will be receiving quotes here. I had hoped, and I think when I wrote the report, I was forecasting a little bit. I had hoped to have them by now, but we should expect them this week or next. And similar scenario, we will be back with more information. Now, the difference with this roof is it's somewhat of a roof over a roof type scenario. And it's also more of a residential construction. So residential framing, residential roofing. So we are hopeful that when we do get the final details out and get some quotes out there, that there will be some action that can be taken in the rest of the fall and into the winter, given that fact that it's a roof over a roof. We're not removing a roof. It's something that we can just sort of add on. So you're not going to get caught with the weather because you've torn open part of the roof. We're just building over it. So we are hopeful that we can get this moving as well. So that's where that one stands, and I'll be back with more information as soon as I have it.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Ingram?
Just tell me if I'm through the chair, just tell me if I'm getting off here. I was gonna ask Mike about an update on the Bailey barn, if there was one.
Through the chair, that one's not me. Sorry.
You don't?
Can we just, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that's another staff member, so
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. We were just on cultural center, so I thought that might have been him.
Library and Cultural Center?
It's on the roof project. So I guess the library cultural centers, we still have hope that it's gonna get done.
yes.
I'm still back to the curling club roof. If we're not going to do it till next year and we only got one price, are we wise to go out to bid? That's all I'm trying to. Everybody else is fine with that. Like, do we know an amount roughly?
We have been back and forth a little bit. I don't have a firm number. I would rather just firm that up and I can bring that back. But based on initial evaluation, it does look like a cost efficient option.
It looks like a what?
Cost efficient option.
Just a quick question then regarding the membrane. Is that something maybe that not all contractors would do? So maybe it's more specific. We might not actually find other people that would put a bid in on something like that?
Through the chair to the deputy mayor, it's definitely a more of a commercial industrial type of work. I doubt there's many local contractors, if any, and that's why we do have a better feeling about the cultural center because it is more of a residential style construction.
Okay, any other questions? Resolution? Or do we, we're looking at all the,
I think there's some questions on the other capital
Right.
projects.
yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, Counselor Ingram, what was your question again?
I was wondering if the Bailey barn if we have any update on the Bailey barn. It's been a while since we talked about that, so I was just kind of curious.
So through your chair, the Bailey Barn engineering study has been completed and we have received the report. We have talked with the advisory committee and just kind of putting a plan of action together of where the committee sees where they want the Bailey Barn to go and looking at some different options.
Any cost on that, Candace?
We have like a high level cost to it, but not that we're bringing to council for movement at this time.
Sorry, you said where the Bailey barn ends up. Are you thinking of moving the Bailey barn or it ends up in terms of repairs?
No, so through the chair, so with the advisory committee, we
Please. Even Surrey wants to know.
So in the report that we got, we asked for them to give us an idea of if to put a cement pad underneath the Bailey barn, what the cost association would be with that, as well as the cost association if we were demolishing the Bailey barn. But the advisory committee is still determining of what the usage of the Bailey barn they want for the Heritage Village concept.
Okay. Go ahead.
So as far as costs, Counselor Ingram, if you want to go look at the September minutes of the cultural center, it's in there. I believe it's $120,000. So, but I don't understand why, frankly, why I had to read that in a set of minutes that were 8 weeks ago, and we still don't even know anything about the report here. So the Bailey barn was a municipal budget item, $5,000 if I remember, to get an engineer's report done.
Mhm.
And now all of a sudden the pricing and everything has been made available to the cultural center committee. And this hasn't come back to the township council that authorized the work. So I don't think that the committee should even be trying to decide much on this because I thought it was us that would be deciding that. I could be wrong, but that's how I interpreted because it was our budget item. So it.
Yeah, fair enough. And yeah, it's a good point, Councillor McKelvey. What we're reporting on here is the engineered study. And let Ms. McGuigan and I take that offline because we need to bring the engineered study to council in a separate report.
Okay. Councilor McKelvey?
If we're done that, I have questions in the capital report, but I was just gonna do them in the order, not necessarily who's sitting here. Generator study. Trying to find it now, was one of the items in here. And I know that there was a recent grant opportunity that closed on October 28th. Did we apply under the emergency preparedness grant?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor McKelvey, the emergency preparedness grant is not significant enough to cover the cost of the generator. We did have discussion when we were at AMO with the Minister of Emergency Preparedness. The study itself is complete. The generator has been included for consideration in the 2026 budget, and we will look for other funding opportunities, but the emergency preparedness grant would not cover the cost of the generator.
So perhaps that's another opportunity to discuss at Roma. That's kind of that's a direct hit to Minden Hills. We have a community center that has an evacuation center that we don't have a generator at. And the funding that they provide under that emergency planning doesn't come close, although we don't really know what the cost is, so I'm not sure.
That's part of the budget. It's included in the budget.
Well, we did have discussions directly with the minister on that.
We did.
And her funding is limited, that the money she gets from the provincial government that is limited to these $50,000 maximum grants, which are meant really to buy one whole thing, whether it, be axes or generators or chainsaws or things of the like, and not for doing major things like putting in backup generators and so on. It is they're certainly aware of it, but that's what their limitation is right now of what they're allowed to do. Go ahead.
So did we apply for anything else under that funding?
We did.
Can we know? Like, I just don't understand how we're gonna apply for something and council doesn't even know what it is.
So we applied for some backup. I'll bring the information back, Councillor McKelvey. I don't have it at my fingertips, but we looked at the requirements of the grant. It's 100% funding.
I realize
so-
that.
So we asked for things within the parameters of the grant.
Back on generator then, is there any particular reason why the old generator is still not listed on Gov Deals to be sold? I just don't understand. Like, is there a reason that staff have decided that no, the direction from council isn't wise and you're going to come back and tell us why? Or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, your acting treasurer didn't put it on Gov Deals.
To me, it's okay. I don't know why the treasurer is doing Gov Deal sales, but that's fine.
Okay, any other questions on capital? Councilor McKelvey?
Under the fire department, there's the communications tower. And we may have already done this. I just couldn't remember and didn't have time to check, but did we have to enter into an agreement with Trent Lakes for that? And did we?
Through the chair, no, the tower is actually owned by the company, by Netcom Ontario, that looks after all of our communications equipment. So there's no need for an agreement with Trent Lakes. The tower is just located in Trent Lakes, but it's not owned
Okay.
by Trent Lakes.
It's not their tower. Okay.
Correct.
Any other questions?
Not for fire, but other.
Capital?
Scotch Line Transfer Station indicates that it's going to be Q2 of 26 now for completion date. I didn't know if there was something that came up on that caused a delay or. Plus I also see, and I don't know what the piece of equipment is that's up there, but it looks to me like there might be drilling coming and I could be wrong. I don't know what that equipment is that's up there. So.
So through the chair, the estimated timeline for completion, we're still early. They've just started and we're waiting to see what the weather will bring in terms of snow and freezing. So they're working as diligently as they can, but weather may play a factor. So that is an estimated time frame at this time. There is some equipment that Total Site Services has brought in. They have put forward some information for our consultant to review. So I don't have any other information at this time. We're still waiting for review, but if there's any updates to the project in terms of additional work, that will come to council for an update.
Are there foundations or anything that need to be laid in this?
Through the chair, there are footings for the scale
Okay,
in the scale house.
right. Councilor McKelvey?
If there's going to be blasting, I just want to make sure there's lots of wide notice. Not like the OPP's notice last yesterday was like 3 o'clock in the afternoon for a 6 o'clock meeting. It would be, we just need to really make sure that we get that out there if they are going to blast.
So through the chair, yes, that would all be taken into account and ensured that certain criteria and standards were followed.
Thank you.
Any other questions on capital? Councilor McKelvey?
Couple of things that I think would probably be Mike. Once the Davis Lake Road, is it done now? And was it okay? Like the delay didn't cause any problems that way?
Through the chair, Davis Lake Road is done and it's actually, it went very well and much better than we had actually anticipated for a number of reasons. I don't necessarily need to get into details of all of them, but this is actually a very good news story. I know oftentimes construction projects go over budget. This is the opposite. We were able to get a lot more done within the approved budget. Some variations in some densities that changed that worked out in our favor. A number of things. So it is a fantastic road. We got much more done than we had planned. And it went very well. Lots of credit goes to Bill Grills from the county who worked on that project for us. Without his efforts, we probably wouldn't have had such a good outcome. But it was a fantastic job and it is done. I would recommend everybody take a drive. It's fantastic. We do have some driveways to touch up if you are maybe getting those calls because we have raised the lip a little bit. So we'll be getting to that. But overall, it was a very good job. Very successful.
Councilor Sandy?
Yeah, since that area was brought up, I did email you before. I've been getting quite a few questions about why that one stretch of road down to the boat ramp near Miners Bay wasn't paved off Highway 35. And if it's going to be any repair work done on that, could you highlight
Yeah,
that
through
a
the
bit?
chair, that was intentional to leave the hardtop because if I believe correctly, we converted that to gravel, Miners Bay. We did leave that turnaround as a hardtop intentionally with the vehicles turning in there. We didn't want the gravel to be rutted up. So, yeah, I mean, it's not great. Maybe next year we can do some patching in there, maybe give it a spray. But that was an intentional area we left because of the turning at the boat launch.
At the turning of the boat launch, but also the road going down off of Highway 35 to the launch there.
Oh,
That
I
is-
see.
that
Sorry,
is-
sorry, I misunderstood. Sorry,
Yeah,
that
that's-
was not part of the original plan. So we had a plan to do the Miners Bay sort of from 35 the whole horseshoe shape, and that was not part of the plan for this year. And we can certainly look at it for the coming years, but at this point, it was just not part of this year's budget.
Councilor McKelvey?
The hydrant replacement that was done up off of by the townhouses going to the arena, because I can't remember the street that I used to live on. It was replaced with a yellow
Mhm.
and they're supposed to be red.
Through the chair, that is something that didn't see until after the fact, so that will be one. We'll have to paint it to match the rest. There are some conversations that I've had with fire chief to get that stuff done as well, so.
Okay, that was one of my other
But going
questions.
forward,
was-
we will, I will make that direction that they need to be read. That was a bit of an emergency scenario. That hydrant broke and we had to, so it kind of happened quickly and.
And that's fine. I just want to make sure on a go forward that Aqua knows to hire
Yeah.
to, their supply needs to be read. And then I was wondering about, with regard to hydrants, when we're going to get the other ones painted. Also, the financing of the hydrant project out on 35. I know that the project itself is done, but the financing of it, we had a report. It was by the previous deputy treasurer, how we were going to finance that project. And there was a lot of discussion about it can't all come from the water reserve. This is not just a user. Councilor Ingram can probably elaborate more, but my notes indicated there was supposed to be a report brought back so that we as council decided how the financing of that project was supposed to be done. Is that a yes, we'll get one? Ord Street Pumping Station Rehabilitation. It just seems like Aqua tenders these things really late. And then we don't get, I'm just wondering if there's a way to get those things happening a little quicker.
I can speak to them. I know Aqua, they have a big procurement department, so I think you get in the queue. So certainly we can work on trying to get in that queue a little bit earlier in the future.
It's just another project that's not getting done and gets put over. The rate study. So we're gonna get that rate study in the next couple months, then that's good. That's all my questions.
Okay, any other questions on capital?
Ivan.
Councilor Ingram?
Thank you. Through the chair, that pumping station for Councillor McKelvey's information anyway, just that can be done at any time because it's going to be done within the well casing itself. It's an inside job as such. They pull the pumps and replace and do the piping. So it's all inside that big concrete facility at the pumping station on Ord Street. So they can do that at any time, just so you guys know.
Thank you, Councilor Ingram. Councilor McKelvey, you.
Something else, I just thought of would Ivan mention the pumping station. I noticed going to Halliburton the other night that their pumping stations have all been painted. And it's like, you don't even see them anymore. They're just make a mental note that when you're going up the 21 to Halliburton, I noticed it the other night, like, wow, they're not in your face ugly anymore. They've all been almost a camouflage paint or something that's been put onto them. I thought that was kind of something we should maybe consider.
Okay.
Non-lead based paint that we're using.
All right, please read the resolution.
Moved by Councilor McKelvey, seconded by Councilor Susan, that council receives the capital report for the third quarter as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. We move on to departmental reports. Oh. Mr. Timmons, perhaps you could join us. You talk about winter maintenance.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. Bear with me while I get back to that page. I've gone off. Okay, so this is a bring back report, just some revised numbers as council had requested. I made some changes. We brought up the rates for our trucks to get closer to MTO rates, which I think is fair. It's more difficult to get rates for the plow and wing, but I have made some adjustments there. Sand I have maintained to keep it at cost, and then we have adjusted our patroller rates and some of our equipment rates. It has come up significantly But again, I think it is a little bit more in line with some of the other municipalities. May not be the highest one, but I think certainly has been raised up considerably in some aspects.
Councillor McKelvey?
Thanks, Mike, for looking into this. One thing I did notice that we still haven't done is the overtime. That they should be paying us time and a half if we're paying our employees time and a half on weekends and evenings. Particularly where at those roads, they tend to have a higher service level. So our guys go out on weekends more up to do Deep Bay Road or Horseshoe Lake Road, or that's the only thing. I know that Dysart gets a time and a half rate for theirs, or double time, whatever their contract, whatever they're paying. But other than that, I'm really glad to see our rates have been increased. I just did a rough calculation, and we're probably gonna see an extra $12,000 in revenue here, so I'll pay for those big fancy trucks.
Okay. Is this something to look into, or what?
Um, I, I, I appreciate the counselor's comment. If I would say if we do want to make that change, I would ask maybe the direction comes now, because I don't think we have time to come back. So if council would accept that we make this change at their direction and not have to come back, that would be my only concern. I mean, we're already, if I have to come back, we're probably already plowing. So.
Well, I think if we can get the, the funding and they want work done on Sunday night, they should pay the
Sure.
Sunday night rate.
Sure. If council wants to provide that direction, I can make that amendment in the final version.
I'm good with that. Councillor McKelvey?
Just maybe to our clerk, can we not just put that right in the resolution that we approve the agreement with
Uh,
the following amendment? That
Through the chair, I can easily just change the last line to say the mayor and clerk execute the amended agreement to include overtime rates. Is that fair?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So the amendment, Council McKelvey and Councillor Sisson, you're comfortable with that change? Moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Councillor Sisson, that council receives report 2512 Public Works Roads Winter Maintenance Agreement, County of Haliburton disinformation. And further that bylaw 25100 be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda for approval to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute the agreement as amended to include overtime rates.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next two items are probably going to take some time, so I'm going to suggest we'll break until 12:20. I We good? All right, we're back. Start with 13.1.2, report 2514, prefabricated building for Lockland Community Center. Inclusion Monday. I'm not sure what Inclusion Monday is, but that's when that was note. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. As noted, this is a report to provide some information and some results from the Lachlan Hall prefabricated building RFP that was posted some time ago now, and we have the results here to discuss today. There were 5 submissions all told from three proponents, so two contractors provided 2 different submissions, which is totally fine. In the analysis section, you'll see the prices and the overall ratings that were awarded with the total points on the right-hand side. If you carry on below that, you'll see the rating criteria. We evaluated experience references, approach and contingency plans, as well as the health and safety plan for a total of 30 points. And then the price had a factor of 70 points for a total of 100. After review, after review with the committee, we have determined that the recommendation is to award this work to Quantum Passive House. They have 2 submissions, both at the same price and effectively the same square footage. Some key features, approximately just shy of or just over 1,790 square feet. We had requested something under 1,800, so that's bang on what we're looking for. Approximately 850 square feet in the conference room, loose term, open area type plan. 2 restrooms with AODA that meet the AOD requirements and 2 that don't. Kitchen with all cabinetry and appliances, storage room, aluminum siding and roof, and triple pane windows for high efficiency. As mentioned, staff do recommend awarding this to Quantum Passive House for cost of $649,000 plus HST. And staff recommendation is that this would be funded through debenture. That's all I have for the report. I'm happy to take questions at this time.
Questions? Councilor McKelvey.
Any more detail? Like, I know it was a proposal, but like, I'm just wondering what the finish is, some of the flooring, is it a commercial flooring? Is it, and like, when's it start, when's it finish? Is it on a slab? Is it on a basement?
Through the chair, there's no basement in this plan. Finishes, I believe it should be discussed. It's a residential style. I would say if you were to look at it, it feels fairly residential, fairly homey, I would say. Residential appliances, residential grade flooring, and interior finishes. Some of those details in terms of coloring and all those options would be discussed at that time. So I don't have a ton of detail to go into, but for sure these 2, and they have two proposals very, very similar. So even those details will work out because they're the same price and within a couple square feet of each other there. Just some slight variations in layout, but even that, it's the interior very, very similar.
And deliverables, like when do they plan to do this?
That will be something I'll have to discuss. We haven't gotten into schedule much at this point, but that will be something that we'll have to discuss. I don't have a date at this time.
Councilor Sandy.
Yes, thank you. Along that same line, in terms of the knowing what these are going to look like what is the heating and cooling system in them? Are they comparable? Is the insulation value comparable? Because sometimes you could save on a building because I know Quantum does the net zero as well. Would this be a net zero building, or or not. So just a few more clarifications because of the uniqueness, and glad to see that there's a lot of local quotes on this. So terrific. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and maybe I can help as well. We did not specify that it had to be a net zero building. I can tell you that the proponents were all very similar in terms of building materials, insulation values, those kinds of things. So they were very comparable submissions. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we didn't specify a heating. They have a cash allowance for HVAC.
Councillor Ingram.
Thank you through the chair. Don't everybody that's sitting there hate me, but there's another option that we haven't looked at, and I think we really need to look at it. And that is taking the old fire hall down and moving it to Lockland, and thereby opening up some prime land right in the downtown area that we can do some work to draw people back into our town. But you know, the building's already made. We know everything we need to do with it. Just got to put a pad down and move it. I think it's really something we should look into pricing and considering. Thank you.
So question on costs here. So we're at the $650,000, but obviously there's, I'm not sure if that included the slab. But we obviously have plumbing and septic and so on that need to be obviously hooked up and so on. We have the tear down of the other building, which was, 50,000 or so. What's our total all-in costs on this project?
Through to you, Mayor Carter, the expectation from my understanding that this is an all-in price. There was a cash allowance in the RFP for septic, should it be needed. We intend to reuse the existing well, so there should not be any major expenses there. My understanding is this is an all-in price as proposed.
Councilor Hennessy.
If you can just remind me, did we have a quote or a discussion on what was needed for the hall to be used? I know there's bathroom and ceilings and stuff like that. There's also accessible ramp, which apparently there was a grant for at one point. Just a little bit more information, please.
Through the chair, I would have to dig back on some of that. Just the timing of when I sort of came into this project, I'd have to collect some of that background info.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I guess to set this up, folks, we've been at this for 18 months as a committee. We have our two council representatives and staff, and we've gone in circles on this one. We've looked at renovating the building. We've looked at, to Councillor Ingram's comment about looking at another option. I guess where we are now, folks, is you gave us direction to let an RFP. We've done that. Staff can't do anything more than recommend to you the outcome of the RFP. Council, you have every right to have whatever discussion you want. But I do remind you, we've been at this for 18 months. In terms of the comment about the accessibility ramp, that was included in the 2017 or 2019 grant application related to the existing building. A new building would be a slab on grade and wouldn't require a ramp. So if that helps answer your question.
Councilor McKelvey first.
I don't think there was an allowance for the heating and cooling. I just want to make sure that that isn't an extra, because the allowance in the tender document was for $50,000 for the septic. So I wanted to know, in the price of $649, does that include this $50,000 that we directed had to be carried as a contingency? Plus, I kind of like to know what kind of furnace, you know, I'm just surprised we can't have, like, is that not specified?
Through the chair, yes, so first part of the question, yes, the 50 is in that.
Okay,
It is incorporated. I have been through the proposal. They have not specified the furnace. However, it is incorporated again. It is part of this RFP. It is
So
to be
it's
included.
part of that price.
It is, yes.
So
Counselor Skinner?
Yeah, I'm totally in support of going ahead with this as it's presented here. I would like more clarification maybe at the next meeting about heating systems and things, because, for example, we could go with forced air, or we could go with in-floor heating, which would be a really big energy saver, and that would affect how the flooring is done and when it's done. So a little bit more detail, I think, just to keep us up to date, as well as I think the committee would probably like to know the answers on some of this too. And so really pleased that we're going to move ahead, hopefully move ahead with this very soon. Thank you.
Counselor McKelvey?
do we need to get, we need to be careful that we don't start going back and negotiating a different type of furnace, I would think, because then that's really, we didn't spec it. So, but curiosity is getting me that I would like to know what kind of a heating and cooling system there is in there. So, but as far as supporting it, I support moving forward with this, this project. Now, I think this is a lot better than what we thought it was going to come in at.
I was just going to clarify just simply, $50,000 is carried for HVAC, 34,000 for site prep and driveway, and 50,000 for the septic. All in package price.
Counselor Sisson?
So in actual fact, it might come in cheaper then if they don't spend all these guesses,
That would be best case
Possibly.
scenario.
like the driveway's already in, right? So
Yeah, I think, I do believe the septic will likely have to be done, that we've had a bit of assessment there, but absolutely, this is to be spent at the discretion and as needed. Obviously, those additional costs, the septic and the cash allowances will be spent as needed, not unless we approve.
Well, I for one have a real serious problem with $700,000 for this project. It's you know, in looking at our previous presentation on the asset management plan, and looking at how our budgets are shaping up in terms of costs for things like OPP and not knowing what funding we're going to be getting from the provincial government, we're going to have serious challenges this year on budgets. I know I'm working on the county budget right now, and we have serious challenges there also. $700,000 for this, as much as it's a nice to have. I'm not really certain that the number of people that it serves is something that the Township of Minden Hills can afford right now. I mean, I'm one vote on council here, but I cannot see spending $700,000 on this. This is way expensive, so. Other questions, comments? Councilor McKelvey?
So the way I look at this is that Glurt and Lachlan each had a community hall. Glurt Hall was taken away. Lachlan's Hall was basically abandoned by the township, so then it just didn't get maintained properly during the whole COVID thing. I feel we have an obligation to provide a small community hall in Lachlan. I think this is an important thing to all of the township. I personally have seen over the years that the use of the Lachlan Hall for all kinds of small, intimate gatherings that there isn't another facility here to do that in that feels that way. It's right next to a ball diamond. It's right next to a playground. I think that we do need to see this through. I mean, we're not going to put out $700,000 in one lump sum. It's being suggested we could debenture this. We could pay $50,000 a year for 15 years and have this for a building that's going to be there a lot longer than that.
I guess by the same argument, there should be one of these in Miners Bay.
But there was one in Lachlan, and we're going to take it.
I'm in a meeting.
So I guess it kind of comes down, in my opinion, or my question will be, council directed that we do this. Council directed that a tender be issued for the demolition and for the reconstruction. As our CIO has mentioned, we've been at this a long time. We've spent a great deal of time and effort. The committee, the community really wants this. I can't sit here in all good conscience and say that I'm going to say I can't do this now. I mean, that we were looking at 900,000 before when we were given these numbers. So I want to proceed with this, but I absolutely do not want to see us demolish the existing facility if we're not going to rebuild.
Councillor Saney first, or Saney before Sisson? What's Sisson or Saney?
My recollection, I think, was 350,000 to redo the building that's there now. So for another 300, we're getting a brand new building. If we're not going to do a new building, then I strongly suggest we go with 350 and redo the one that's there.
Councillor Saney, then Councillor Ingram.
So thank you to the mayor. We put out a bid and I think we have to act on that bid, or otherwise who is going to respond? There's a lot of work that goes into all of these bids that were put on here. A lot of community activity has gone into this over time. I think we need to have this. This is community development at its finest. It's a safety issue in rural areas. We don't have common community spaces. We're trying to increase those community spaces. We are a growing community. It's not like this road is getting less construction. We can see the building permits coming in every day from, well, maybe not every day, but frequently. It's a growing community, and I think there's a strong community there that we need to support. This can be amortized over time, so that is really important. It also, when we get it back to the community, it's going to be something where they can be renting it out for various activities. So it's not totally just sunking money into a building. It's a resource for safety, building community, and it can also generate revenue as we see different events taking place. I've gotten calls from people who are outside the area wanting to know if it's still there because it's along the rail trail and they want to rent it for different occasions. This is a really important asset to our rural community. If we start to take away those resources, in my opinion, we're not doing any better than what we're seeing provincially, where schools are being taken away from rural areas. I think we really need to support this. It's an area that we don't have transportation where everybody can come into the downtown Minden, to our community center here. We don't have that kind of access. So I want to build our communities. And I think the thing too, with this being a new building, is this is an option, and why I was asking about the heating and cooling, some real technologies that can really save us in terms of heating and cooling. So this is, to me, a no-brainer to go ahead with this. It is a big investment. It can be amortized. It is community building. And it is money-making. So I think we need to proceed with this in mind, considering we put out this tender. Otherwise, who else will accept our tenders if we don't start to act on these things? Thank you.
Well, I'm interested in building the community. I question whether or not this would be money making, as you just said, but notwithstanding that, I'm interested in building the community. And so I'm most interested in where I make investments or where we make investments in the whole community. And I'm maybe just me, but the $700,000 for a community center in Laughlin just seems too much for me, considering all the other needs across the community. So that's, again, I am one vote in this, but I'm just making my position known. Councillor McKelvey.
Hey. You missed me.
What? Sorry, Councillor Ingram, did you?
Yeah, I was after Councillor Shaney, I think. Is that correct?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm getting I've heard from a few members of the Laughlin Hall and members of that community wondering why we're putting in an 1,800 square foot building. Why does it have to be large? Why can't we replace what is existing? That would probably dump it in half the price. It's approximately $400 a square foot based on the prices that Mike gave us for a brand new building at 1,800 square feet. Why can't we drop it down to 1,200 square feet? It's $200,000 savings or more.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think again, we've been at this for quite some time. The committee, and we've reported to council several times with different square footages. At one point, we were looking at, do we build a little bit bigger? Then the committee recommended scaling it back. I would say right now, folks, if we're cutting out things that we put in the RFP proposal, it's almost a completely different project then. I'm not sure, it's a completely different redesign.
Okay, well,
So,
if that's
I
the
think-
case, then my opinion is that we go forward with the proposal.
Yeah, I think we're here talking about a procurement award or not.
Okay. Councillor McKelvey.
So respectfully, Mr. Mayor, you made the comment, I'm only one vote. And unfortunately, with the strong mayor's powers, you could veto our decision. So I need to have a commitment before I ever agree to demolish that we're going to go forward with this, which is a project, you're clearly not supportive of. So I've got this really uncomfortable feeling right now, and I won't do one without the other. They have to go together. So what happens in that regard?
We haven't voted here, and we haven't agreed, and I have no idea, in fact, what my position would be in terms of a veto, or even if this is something that can be vetoed. I haven't thought that through or examined it.
If I might, I think depending on how long a budget process would take, I mean, we're really talking about awarding work following today. We did not recommend to council deferring this to the 2026 budget process.
No, I mean, council was very clear in the direction to staff that this was to be put out to bid. It was to be demolition and reconstruction up to 1,800 square feet. we at the last meeting got the demolition and then it was like, whoa, 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 we're not doing one without the other. Staff quickly put out an RFP. We're at that decision-making right now. And I feel very strongly that the two have to go together and guaranteed.
So I think what I'm saying, folks, is this would be no different than any other work that we would bring you as tendered or RFP'd. Our recommendation is if you give us direction today, we're going out to secure funding. Not, otherwise, our recommendation would have been to defer it to the 2026 budget process.
Well, you wouldn't go out and get funding if you're going to debenture it until you've actually done it.
Right,
So
right.
the direction today is whether we award or not, and then staff would go out and say, okay, they agreed to award, you can start.
I think that's what I'm saying,
Okay.
is you're either awarding and starting, or you're deferring it to the 2026 budget process.
Okay, so for my purpose, I want to award. But I will be also, when we get to the next thing, having some conditions put into the demolition. So do we have a,
Resolution.
and I will want to record it both, please.
So to clarify, Counselor McKelvey, you want a recorded vote on the first motion or the second motion? Because we need to deal with this one.
Yeah, we're just dealing with this one right now.
Is that okay? Yeah. So, moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Johansson, that council receives report 2514 RFP BB 25002 prefabricated building for the Lockland Community Center, and that council directs staff to award RFP BB 25002 prefabricated building for Lockland Community Center to 100811094 Canada Ltd. Quantum Passive House in the amount of 649,000 plus HST, and that council directs staff to debenture 649,000 plus HST to install a prefabricated facility on the Lockland Community Center site, and further that council directs the mayor and clerk to execute required agreements.
Go
Call the
ahead.
question. You have to say all.
Oh,
Or-
so that's a recorded vote.
And that's what I asked. Do you want the recorded vote on the first one or the second one? On the first one. Okay. Okay, so this will be a recorded vote and we will start with you, Counselor Ingram. For or against?
Or
Okay, Counselor Johansson, for or against?
For.
Okay, Counselor McKelvey, for or against?
For.
Counselor Saney, for or against?
For.
Counselor Sisson, for or against?
Or
Mayor Carter, for or against?
Against.
The motion is carried.
Okay. Can somebody bring in Deputy Mayor Shell? Okay.
My recommendation on the next item is going to tie it back to this one, which she has a conflict in, so I'm not sure it's fair to bring her in yet.
I'm not sure why. Does
I
it
want
have-
to tie the demolition award into the contract with Quantum being executed by the mayor and clerk. Oh, okay. You may have to leave again, but.
Oh.
So just carry on, do the next thing and I'll bring it
I
up,
don't-
but I want to tie it into I want to tie the demolition approval into the execution of a contract for the award of the new build
Yeah, but
to,
whomever got the award of the new build is really, it's irrelevant to your action. Whoever got it, you'd still be bringing up the same. issue.
yes, but I just didn't want her to be put in a position of a
believe-
conflict again, because I
I-
will tie them
I
together.
don't believe that the deputy mayor would be in a conflict.
That's not really. Let's just go to the next agenda item and we'll see what happens and she can
If I hear
decide.
that it's
Okay. Is this yours?
Oh, no,
Mr.
no, sorry. We're just catching up here. Council, you had, this report before you previously. I think it was reviewed. It really is the outcome of the tender for the demolition of the Lachlan site. We had described to you the process, the number of bidders, and had recommended an award to the company in their recommendation. I think council had discussion about the demolition at the time and deferred the matter so that you could consider it in conjunction with the previous report. So we're simply bringing the award back to council for your approval.
Questions? Counselor McKelvey?
Not so much a question, but a recommendation that we tailor this approval to demolish the existing Lachlan Hall upon execution of a contract by the mayor and the clerk with the previous item. So I just want to make sure, what I'm trying to do is to ensure that if we issue the go-ahead to demolish, and again, I'm not trying to raise the hair on the back of your neck, Mr. Mayor, but there is a potential for you to veto the decision on the new build. I do not want to be put in a position where I'm going to authorize a demolition and a new build doesn't happen. So I need to put something in there that gives me the assurance that the two go hand in hand.
I don't object to that.
So if you make the resolution that we, whatever it normally says, but subject to execution of an agreement or an agreement authorized by the mayor and clerk. And that's where I get into the potential conflict. Do I name them? Do I not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm wondering if the clerk could give some guidance, whether we're naming the company or we're talking about the installation of the prefabricated facility at the Lachlan site.
For the sake of me just stepping away from the table, I have no problem with just stepping away from the table, just to keep it simple. for
Perhaps
council.
step away from the
I
table.
think that's just the easiest thing. Yeah.
And then I would like the resolution to be amended to read that it's a binding agreement signed by the mayor and the clerk with Quantum, blah, 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 whatever their name is.
Okay, so through the chair, that last line we have that council directs the mayor and clerk to execute the agreement, we can put upon construction of the new development. Is that how you?
No, we have to demolish before we can construct. I think what
I
you're asking for is the execution of the agreement for the prefabricated.
So we're on the demolition.
We're on the
resolution.
demolition
Okay.
resolution.
It
Yeah.
says, proves the 54-9, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Council directs the mayor and clerk to execute the agreement. That's fine. But upon executing the agreement with Quantum
Yeah, that's.
for the whatever it's called,
Construction.
prefabricated building. I just have to have that assurance that we're going to have two done here. That makes sense that this is the way to do that, to get that assurance.
Well, the way, when I'm looking at this and I'm looking at awarding this tender, we're awarding it, and so we're telling the awarded applicant that, yes, you can proceed. What I don't want is to have us in a situation where they go out and do whatever they need economically, and then we're not
Well, we
proceeding
shouldn't-
with the do you know what I'm saying?
But we
So
shouldn't
we're
do
either
that.
going to award or we're not.
But the resolution reads directs the mayor and clerk to execute the agreement. I'm suggesting we would change that. You wouldn't execute the agreement until you've executed the agreement with Quantum.
Yes, and that's what I have written in here as we were talking. Like, I took some notes while council was discussing it. Just contract law, I'm not certain. I can put whatever council wishes in the resolution.
I think you can just put that the council directs the mayor and clerk to execute the agreement of.
Upon
Upon
execution.
the execution of the
Yeah.
previous agreement of.
I have, so I'll read council the line that I have. How does that sound? The council directs the mayor and clerk to execute the agreement upon executing the agreement of the prefabricated building for the Laughlin Community Center.
I want it specific to Quantums because I don't want, you could.
Okay, I can do that.
We're talking two very specific things. One's the demolition, one's the award to Quantum. I want them tied together. I don't want anybody to have the ability that one can get vetoed. That's my concern.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe we could have staff tell me that can't even happen. I don't know. I don't know that legislation well enough yet. I do know that in other municipalities, there's a line at the bottom of bylaws and that sort of thing, which specify that the mayor is waiving his rights to veto. I don't know why we're not doing that, but it's not, Dysart does it and I've seen it in a lot of other ones too. So.
That is correct. Some municipalities are proceeding
Mhm.
with that method. We have not chosen to do that yet. I can put in the line, where I've sort of kept of the prefabricated building awarded, to Quantum, Passive House. If that, upon that, that was your suggestion earlier. Yeah, so that last line would be that council directs the mayor and clerk to execute the agreement upon executing the agreement of the prefabricated building awarded to Quantum Passive House. Other than that, I don't have any legal suggestions. I would have to approach legal counsel if we needed anything further, but
Should it not be in the second line where council directs staff to award blah, 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 subject to the agreement being signed? No, what do you think, Madam CIO?
Sorry. I think either subject to the agreement being signed with passive or Quantum Passive Home, or I wonder in the last line, Madam Clerk, if we change the second upon to after. Because what you're saying is you want the one agreement signed first. Right? Like it's more sequential. You want one signed first and then the second one executed. So if we just change that one word in your last line,
Yep.
does that help? Okay.
okay. Does anybody have any further amendments? So No, that's fine. So I just want to make sure. So Counselor Saney and Counselor Johansson, you moved and seconded the motion. Are you comfortable with that change? I will read it. The council receives report 2514 RFP BB 25002 prefabricated building for the Laughlin Community Center. Oh, sorry. I'm on the wrong motion. I'm sorry. The council receives report 2519 award RFT BB 2025-001 demolition of the Laughlin Community Center. And that council directs staff to award the RFP 2025 00121482212 Ontario Limited Garbage Disposal in the amount of 54,900 plus HST, and that council approves the amount of 54,900 plus HST from the property reserve account, and further that council directs that the mayor and clerk execute the agreement after executing the agreement of the prefabricated building awarded to Quantum Passive House.
All those in favor? That is carried. Chief Kruger?
Good afternoon, your worship and council. The purpose of this report is just to ask council to approve the motion and sign the agreement to receive funding from the Mental Health Secretariat for me to create a peer support team for the fire department.
Questions? Seeing none.
Yo,
Councillor Ingram. Sorry.
yeah, just wondering how much the grant's for.
The grant awarded was $25,000.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Hannison, seconded by Councillor Saney, that council receives report 25011 fire mental health supports for public safety personnel grant program as information, and that bylaw 25105 be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute the transfer payment agreement.
All those in favor? That is carried.
Thank you.
Land division?
Through the chair, so the clerk's department received an email requesting appointments to the County of Haliburton Land Division Committee. So staff is just seeking appointments to pass on to the county. So currently, Councillor McKelvey is the representative. Councillor Ingram is the alternate. So we're just seeking some direction for appointment.
I'm okay with doing it again. It was really tough the last two.
Thanks for backing me up there, Oz. I would prefer to stay on the committee. I thought it was for the term of council.
Yeah, I did too.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Sisson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, that council appoints Councillor McKelvey as representative and Councillor Ingram as the alternate representative to the County of Haliburton Land Division Committee.
All those in favor? That is carried. And good luck to you on the journey. All right, we move into closed. Please read the resolution.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, be it resolved that council proceed into closed session at 1:03 p.m. for the purpose of discussing two items in accordance to section 239(2)D of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended regarding labor relations or employee negotiations, staff conduct and performance.
All those in favor? That is carried. There's no report. Section. Yeah, he's up.
Hi, we're about to go live, Ivan.
All right, we're back.
Just heading over for lunch here. If you could hurry along, Bob, I got a meeting with the mayor.
All right, open session resumed. Please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Johansson. Be it resolved that closed session adjourn at 1:45 PM and open session resumes.
All those in favor? That is carried. Bylaws?
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Johansson. Be it resolved that the following bylaws be received read a first time, considered considered read a second time and third time and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed. Bylaw 25-100 to execute a winter maintenance agreement with the County of Halliburton as amended. Bylaw 25-105 to execute a transfer payment agreement for the mental health supports for grant for the fire department. And bylaw 25-106 to appoint a chief building official and bylaw provincial offenses officer.
All those in favor? That is carried. Confirming bylaw?
Moved by Counselor Johansson, seconded by Counselor Saney, that bylaw 25-107, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held during its meeting of October 30th, 2025, be received, read a first time, considered, read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All those in favor? That is carried. Adjournment?
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Counselor Sisson. Be it resolved that the October 30th, 2025 regular council meeting is hereby adjourned at 1:46 PM.
All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, just a reminder that everybody gets an extra hour's sleep on Sunday and the clocks go back. And our next regular council meeting scheduled for Thursday, November 13th at 9 AM.
Happy Halloween. See you guys in a couple days. Look for me at the Blue Jay game.
Bye,
See you guys.